content is authentic. Once the seal is broken, then there is a bit of suspicion as to whether the content is original, authentic, or not. And then once it has been endorsed by the ruler, we all can trust or rely or validate the content of the letter or the message or the document.
Be disciplined.
Hello.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, so you don't worry. So we talked about facts, and we got to the point that we're trying to say that, and we saw examples of facts. We said they are buildings, artifacts, photographs, paintings, letters, diaries, household objects that lead credence to a particular narration, right? So all these things are facts. It can also be your medical records. So if you want to find out exactly what killed a particular historical figure, if we get his medical record, the medical records are the facts of the case, right? If we are talking about, we're not sure about succession, you can use, now these days you can use DNA to trace whether you are actually who you say you are. So facts are any document that is verifiable following some laid down procedure. Those are facts. We got to a point that we said that according to Collingwood, there are two types of facts. We have the external facts and the internal facts. Do you remember to this point? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So we said that the internal facts refers to the activities of humans in the past or the events that knowingly or unknowingly happened or evolved in human community. So everything that we think happened, we say that knowing or unknowingly happened. Once we believe that it happened, we say that they are external facts. And so we gave example things that we know happened, and we said the Granty War, Yasantua War, Independence, Apollo what? Hello? Are you following? I just want to know whether
Yes,
you're
sir.
following.
We are following, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. We are.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are on call, though.
So all these things that happened in the past,
Yes, sir.
we captured them as external facts. Then there is the internal facts. That is where it becomes a bit tricky. We say they are the mindsets or the motives and captured intentions or the core or the trust that underpins an event. How will we be able to know somebody's mindset? Well, we can only know people's mindset based on that's why we say captured intentions. Captured intentions. Just a minute. Just a minute. I'll be with you just a minute.
Okay.
Please, as much as possible, let's mute our videos. Letitia, what? Your video is on. Let's mute our videos. Letitia, Atipilima. When we leave our videos on, it drains data. It drains our data.
If you don't want
So
to
please,
watch, just press on the three dots in front of the person
we have
and
we have
press
been
on
I
don't
have been
watch to avoid watching or mute the person. You can press on the three dots in front of the person and press on don't watch to avoid watching the person.
I have pressed her. I have pressed her. Some people come here with bare chested and all that. Mute your videos. Baba.
Just press
It's
on
not
the.
Hello.
even about watching. It's
Don't
about our data. It is not about watching, please. It's
Hello.
about our data.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, say.
Okay. So sorry about that. I said that. How would he know people's intentions? And we can only know their intentions if they probably put it down. That's why we say captured intentions. So you could only explain your intention probably through a letter or your personal diary that you keep, where you explain some of the actions and inactions that you undertook. Without that, we will not know your actual intentions. That is why we qualify it by saying captured intentions. Because people write to their friends, their acquaintances to explain some of the actions and inactions. So if we lay hands on those documents, it helps us to understand some of these issues. Usually, when I'm teaching this in a typical classroom, I bring latest correspondence between, let's say, Nkrumah and JB Dankwa. And those are the popular ones that I use to explain some of the issues that happened in Ghana. Officially, they might have a position, but if you read their personal letters, you know the intent, why they took decision A or B. What they tell us at times, it's far, far removed from the actual reasons for their actions and inactions of political actors. And it didn't happen today, right? There are like the recent by-election that happened. Hello. The official position of the MPP was that it was mourning the death of the departed, and therefore felt it unwise to contest in Tamale central by-election. Was that not the position? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was their position.
Yes.
It was to respect the dead. Why is it their own person that died in the Akutia? That election, they participated in it. They didn't respect that show. Hello?
No, sir. No.
I think for the reason why they did that to the Tamale Central, so they were expecting that the NDC will also maybe also respect that and then pull out from that election as well.
Yes.
The NDC that is their own decision for not contesting the Tamale Central.
So you see, they have gone to shut down. They've worked the numbers. They know that they don't stand a greater chance here. But if they could play the emotional card, right, probably Pakutia is always like a 50-50. So they could tilt the balance of power towards them by showing, okay, for here we will not contest you. So when they come to our background to which you don't contest us, and he failed. A lot of battles and wars have been fought, and it had nothing to do with sovereignty. It was about women and power, right? So, but they won't tell you that, oh, we are fighting this war because this our president was interested in this lady or that. No, they won't tell you those things. So we can only get those things when we get people's letters and diaries and biographies and autobiographies written about people. That's when people explain themselves. Or when you confide in somebody. Is it clear? Those are the only occasions where we get to know the intentions. So people's intentions then falls under what we term as the internal facts of history. So we say there are rationale that necessitate the occurrence of an event in the past. Simply put, they are the reasons that derive historical happenings. And it's always a task of the historian to deduce these motives from a wide range of historical events. To this point, is there any question?
Sir,
Yes, madam.
please, what are the importance of this, their relevance of this internal and external facts? What are their relevance?
It helps us to put the thing into context, right? To put the thing into context. If we say we are talking about history, there should be things that people have seen, things that we could refer to, right? So things that happened, we say they are the external facts. If it didn't happen, if it's a figment of your own imagination, then it's not history. But if it's history, it's something that we all know happened or has been documented that had happened, or there should be some evidence to it. But then the evidence alone might not be enough, right? It might not be enough. We see a structure, a building, big building. Those are external facts, like the castles and forts dotted around our coast. Those are the external. Why did the Europeans put up those imposing buildings? The reason influenced the architecture, the structure, right? Originally, they were supposed to be warehouses. But if it's a warehouse, why did they go to the extent of fortifying the place such that it can even stand under attack? Because there was competition among the Western powers for control of the market. Therefore, occasionally they will come under attack. And therefore, when you are building the warehouse, it should be such that it can stand some firepower. Later, there were modifications. If they were a storehouse, how come we have dungeons and cells? Oh, they went into slavery. Why would they go into slavery? Then you realize that they had industrialized and needed free labor, cheap labor, to work their cottons and their plantations for them for free. So didn't they see us as human beings? Then you go and read some of the letters, they say, no, the black man has a small brain. And therefore is a less human species. And therefore he was treated like a commodity. Otherwise, you won't understand why a human being would enslave another human being. Because he thinks that you are different, you are not the same. You are not of the same cognitive development as him or her. They thought we were strong. They were referred to as the beast of burden. Physically, our physical features were strong, masculine. Even our women were more built than their men. And therefore, of all the races, they preferred the black man to do the work of the beast of burden, because we were a little higher than animals as far as they are concerned. All that we are good at is sex and entertainment and sport. Hello?
Hi, sir.
Hello.
So
Hello, sir.
and then it helps you to put things into perspective, right? This issue that came up just recently, why girls should cut off their hair, they shouldn't cut off their hair, those are the external. But why? We have people in private school, they don't cut their hair. You don't hear high sexual harassment cases in private school than public school. But yet we say that, okay, if the girls braid their hair, they'll be become victims of sexual harassment. Why don't we have high cases of sexual harassment from the private school? Huh? They say, oh, let's children be children, let girls be girls and women be women. And by definition, if you braid your hair, you're a woman. When did we have this mentality? It goes way back. Even slippers, it became an issue. Your parent could have afford to give you sandals, but because majority of the people were not having footwear, you will not be allowed to bring your footwear to school. You have to be barefooted. So if you know our history, then you can put these things in the proper context. In the 21st century, where everything is technology, at our senior high school, we say no mobile phones. Because we do not trust ourselves to make certain decisions. Teachers will say, oh, the student will use it to watch pornography, they'll be videoing themselves. Anything that is outlawed or that is banned, that is covered, that is forbidden, the natural tendency is that human beings will want to do it. But when you allow them and you regulate its use, over time, these things will die down. Primary school children are using mobile phones. Hello? Our primary school children are not using mobile phones.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
So when they are mature, they go to SS, they can't use mobile phones. Because suddenly they have seen what is spawned. We are joking. We are joking. So we need to regulate these things properly. Set the principles, set the rules. And those that flout the rules, let us punish them by the rules that we have set for ourselves. But we can't ban everything blanket like that. Hello? So it helps us to put things into better perspectives, right? To know the actions and inactions of people. So you could be in a relationship with somebody and the person has serious trust issues. So the trust issues are the external that you see. But why does the person have trust issues? Those are the internal, the reasons behind his actions and inactions. They realize, oh, way back, his father married some woman. He trusted the woman 100%. Used the woman for all his documentations. And 5 years, 10 years into the marriage, the woman divorced him and took everything. So the rich man became a pauper. So the son has decided that never again, even if he buys saucepan for you, he'll write his name on it. Kuku Homan, this is for me. So that when you are leaving, you know the saucepans that are for you and the ones that are for me. You leave my own alone. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So those are the captured intentions. Now, I'm showing you an external fact. You tell me what you know about it. So what is projected? Hello?
A picture, we can see.
But they has a title.
External facts.
External facts. External
Reign of terror. Terror.
The reign of terror in Europe. What do you know about the reign of terror in Europe?
It is a means of subjecting people to obeying rules.
Yes. So that's, yes, you have started the conversation. Who also adds something to it? As far as history is concerned, the reign of terror in Europe. Hello? This is at the point that you use your phone. If you haven't been headed into it, then first you go and either you are using chat or you are using Google to check what is the reign of terror. You wish more and you contribute. I'm about an exam, so. Huh? I'm waiting for you. Yes, MFA.
Was the period of life in the covering the first department?
MFA, we are interested in what you are saying, but we can't hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Just reposition yourself and then, yes, it's better.
I was saying that the Reign of Terror was a period of French Revolution following the First Republic.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very good. You are putting it into context. Last person to add something to it.
So, and that period was marked with mass executions, among others, and it put a lot of fear in people.
Yes. It is like in our days of the revolution, right? You obey before you complain. And to put people into line, those that flouted or disobeyed the status quo were killed in their thousands, right? Until the leader himself became a victim. And then he himself was also murdered or assassinated. So that is the reign of terror. And it happened in Europe. And usually it was led by the French. What about this one? Hello?
Hello, sir.
What about this one?
This was the war between the British and then the Ashanti.
That is Sir Garnet Wesley War. That's
What we
Wesley War.
Yes, what we call as Sagranti War. And it was a name that they could not pronounce. That is why they say it was Sagranti. Sagranti War. What do you know about this war?
It was the war fought between the British and then the Ashanti.
It was a war that was fought between the British and Ashantis. Okay. What occasioned the war?
A war. Yes.
I don't know whether it is Sami that want to speak or it is Smart. Sami, position yourself well. We couldn't hear you. Hello.
Sir, the war was basically what do you call about the British and the Ashantis, and it was mainly about trade disputes.
Yeah.
Trade disputes. The Ashantis wanted to control the trade routes of the coast, and then the white man will always want to dominate.
Okay.
So because of that, it brought about that war. So it was about the trade dispute and also the territorial powers. The Ashantis wanted to control more territories. The British also wanted to control more territories. So that one was also a cause of the war.
Selena, your hand is up.
Sir, I wanted to say something more about the Seganet Wesley War.
Okay.
You see, when Sir George McLean signed the peace agreement with the Ashantis in 1831, somehow the agreement brought some sort of peace into the system.
Yeah.
But later on, this same agreement was broken by the Ashantis in 1863. And then they started fighting and then making sure that they rebuilt their kingdom. This infuriated the British, and then they decided to break the whole thing that they have all signed. So as a result, because of the breakage of the agreement, the Ashantis wanted to be on their own. They wanted to have some sort of independence, and then the British were not in the agreement with that. So in 1874, the British declared war against the Ashantis in a war called the Garnet Wesley War. And the name, because you just said we couldn't pronounce it, where it was somehow changed to Sagranti War. So that was led by, at the British side, it was led by Sir Garnet Wesley. And then they fought the Ashantis. Out of this war, the British soldiers were assisted by the coastal states, and so they somehow were able to defeat the Ashantis. That is the little that I know.
Thank you very much.
Thank
That's quite detailed. Thank you. Well, my hand is also up. No, it's Doma Isaac. Hello, Isaac.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think Madam Selina
You
said
want
it all.
Okay, thank you. So these are what we term as the external, right? But in there, we might have evidence of some internal facts. Yes, it was about territory, right? Yes, it was about trying to assert dominance over the area. But in there, you find some detailed reasonings, which at times are not captured in official documentation, right? Their trade was threatened. So once there is an Ashanti incursion into coastal states, it will stabilize their trade. Right. That was why they were interested in trying to make sure that there was peace between the Ashantis and the coastal state. Once that peace is broken, it threatens their business. It wasn't good for business. So they need to make sure that they become the big boys in the block so that their business could flourish and could continue. Right. Aside this, there was also the intent to capture the golden stool, because they realized that that was the rallying point of the Ashanti. So once that is taken, right, they have broken their front and therefore have destroyed the alliance, which gives them power to dominate the region. So these small ones becomes the internal facts of history. So for us to consider any issue to be history, we say it must be noted that before any event is classified as historical fact, it should have certain features. So the first is time. Time. Why do you think time is of the essence in classifying something as historical fact? Time. Hello? Yes?
Time is very important in classifying history, because without time, there is no way we can arrange the things in order they occur.
Yes. Very good, MFA. So for us to be able to sequence the occurrences of the past, time is of the essence, so that we know what came first, what followed, and the other pattern that we then be able to establish a pattern. So time is very important. Who else? Hello? Why is time crucial in
Okay, so time also tells us the period when an event occurs.
Yes, it helps us to put things into context. What time? Because the time can help us to either ascertain, verify, or dispute an issue. Right? If it's, oh, I saw your uncle that traveled in the, let's say, 70s. And say, oh, how? Oh, so no, I had a Zoom meeting with him in the 70s, and you are in Ghana. Is it possible? Hello?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Sir.
Because
So, sir,
yeah,
can I
please
come
come
in? Hello, sir.
Selena, go ahead.
Yeah, like you are saying, time helps us to trace the authenticity. In fact, it gives us the actual fact of a particular event that really took place.
Yeah.
So, for instance, when we want to date back to the Stone Age, you realize that everything that is being talked about during that time and the events that really unfolded happened with actual facts and actual evidences that can be traced with it. But now we are in the millennium. Now we are in the technology era. And I realize that things that is happening within this era far outweighs those that happened within the Stone Age. But we can also trace the importance of the Stone Age and how man evolved out of the era up to date because we have time and we have the dates.
Okay, so thank you very much. So it helps us, one, to verify, it helps us to serialize, right? And then it also helps us to put things in their proper context, right? Without that, it will be difficult to either verify or to contextualize historical issues. So we say every historical event takes place within a specified period or time. So they might not have the exact date as, let's say, now said we are in 2025, but it might be a period. We say Dark Ages, medieval period, Renaissance. All these things are periods that comes with some characteristics. If we say Dark Ages, it means that the time that knowledge was not that common, learning was not that advanced, and therefore superstition and religion dominated that era. That's what we refer to as Dark Ages. A lot of atrocities happened during that period because we didn't have much insight into the world around us. The church maintained that the earth was flat. The first person that suggested that the earth was spherical, he was killed because he had blasphemed against the church. Guess what? Is the earth flat? Hello?
No, sir. It's spherical.
It's spherical.
No,
spherical.
In the Dark Ages, they call something they call penance. I want to commit crime. I go to the church and I pay in advance before I go and commit the crime. Once I commit the crime and then you want to punish me, all that I need to do is to produce my certificate that I have already paid for the crime that I committed, and therefore I will not be punished. And the monies went into the construction of the big basilicas and chapels and cathedrals that you see. That is why we term it as the Dark Ages. Then we have the Middle Ages, where now there was a blend between the church and the state until there was a total separation between church and state. And then technology advanced, which we term as the Renaissance. Right? What age are we in now? Hello? Hello? Now?
Late age.
Which late age?
The 21st
century.
age. 21st century.
That would say 21st century age. There are certain characteristics that define what we term as the 21st century age. Right?
Yes, sir.
Geographical boundaries virtually have been deleted. So now I can stay in Ghana and work in the US. Right? And I'll be paid all right. I'll do my work all right. And I'll be paid. I don't have to go to the US. People do music here, and it's marketed abroad, and their royalties are repatriated back to them here. Now, everything that we do hangs around technology and data. Everything is about data. If you want dominance in a particular industry, you have to get the data. Once you have the data, as we are talking, you know, some people, companies are collecting our data. This meeting, how long we take, the medium of instructions, where you guys are located, all these informations are being collected. And they will be sold to industry to help them develop products that best suits your preferences. If you have monitored your social media, WhatsApp and then Instagram and those TikTok accounts very well, it is the things that you often watch that anytime you come online, they send to you. And because it's something that you like, then you would also download or watch, and therefore they also make their money. Hello.
Hi.
So if you like sports, when you open any of your account, you see a lot of sports advert and things that's concerned with sport popping up for you. If you like politics, same. So that is about periods. So every historical information has to be pinpoint to a particular time period so that it helps us to put things in their proper context. What about space?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
What about space?
So I'll say the space talks about a setting or the area where the event occurs.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, sorry. I muted myself. Hello. So space, because we should be able to put the thing in the particular context, pinpoint it to a geographical context, and the geography, the location changes everything. Hello. There are issues in Ghana that can happen in specific geographical areas. It don't happen elsewhere or in the world. It don't happen. It's not everything that happens everywhere. So when we can pinpoint a historical incident to a particular geographical context, it helps us to ascertain or verify whether that thing actually, that thing, we can verify that that thing actually happened because it is associated with that context or not. If we are talking about, let's say, Tokoshi, where is Tokoshi often practiced?
In the voter
Hello?
region in Togo.
In the voter region?
Yes, in the voter region.
The southern part of Ghana.
Yes.
You can say in the southern part of Ghana.
Yes. And then
where virgins are made to atone for the sins of their family members, and they become wife of the shrine. Right? So if you are talking about Tokoshi and you are pointing to somewhere, Ashanti, Bronga Hafo, or let's say Northern Ghana, right away we will not take you serious because it is not likely that what you are saying is true because of location. Is it clear? If we are talking about succession,
Yes, sir.
right, and we are talking about Northern Ghana, and you are tracing your lineage matrilineally, we know it's not correct. Because by and large, Northern Ghana are patrilineal, not matrilineal. Is it clear?
Yes,
Or you
sir.
said that, oh, it's known in Tamale. It can't snow in Tamale. Unless probably there is as a result of global warming. Right. So context, your space. So say it should be situated within geographical context. History is concerned with man in space. The interactions of man
Yes,
and the
sir.
environment and vice versa is a dynamic one. So space is important. And these spaces of historical views with historical descriptions about nations and human events in the context of their physical geographical environment. Out of these arise the varied trends in political, social, economic, cultural spheres of man's activities and achievement. Space can also be seen as the setting of historical event. So one is time. You have to be able to know the exact time or period that something happened. The second is the specific geographical area, because it helps us to put a thing into proper context. And then it also gives us an idea as to the characteristics that we should expect in the kinds of historical information that you are given. And examples are what we just given. The second is that historical facts have social significance. Social significance. What does this mean? When you say something should have social significance,
It means it should have impact on the lives of people.
simple. It should have impacted people's lives, either positively or negatively. It's still an impact. So if a thing happens and it didn't have any impact, it will not serve as a historical fact. Right? That is why we say that the activities of nature, like earthquake, landslides, etc., would only be studied as historical when the influence or when the impact on the lives of the people. If it doesn't, if there's a famine, and probably we had stocks of food there. Yes, there was famine, all right, but we were able to mitigate against it. It will not be a historical fact because it didn't make any impact, right? But once that thing affects our lives, either positively or negatively, the chances are that we want to preserve that information for the benefit of posterity. So it becomes something that is historical. So we often say that, in effect, natural occurrences like drought, earthquake, landslides, etc., only fall under the purview of history when it influenced the lives of human beings who lived those moments. That is, historical events must be relevant to both the people in the past and the people living in the present dispensation. Hello? So the importance is not only limited to the people in the past, but the current generation as well. Because the current generation that inquires into the past to know what happened in the past. And therefore, it makes history relevant to us today. So social significance is also one important key feature of historical facts. To this point, are there any questions? Hello?
Hi.
So you are looking at what makes something a historical fact. We say that there should be time. You should trace it to a particular time.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, hello.
Sir, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Sir, with the social
Go ahead.
significance, social significance.
Yeah.
So, do we have a number or what do you call some figure that we can use to measure for the farming that you said? So, if in the whole community, even though it affected, let's say, 20 out of 1,000 people, 20 out of 100 people, so we will not consider it as history because the effect was not too much on the people or what.
That is why we qualify. We say social significant, the collective. It is not about numbers. One individual might die, or something can happen to one individual, and it will be of social significance because it has ramifications on the entire society. Right? A number of people can die, but their influence on society is negligible. That's why we don't actually use numbers, but we say social significance. Let me make it more practical.
Typical because of like for example, this plane crash.
Yeah.
This crash that happened on 6th August.
Yeah.
The number is not all that many, but the whole country felt the impact.
Yes. Because
so
of the personalities, personalities that were involved and the circumstances surrounding their death.
Okay.
You get it? We might have a bus, right, carrying, let's say, 75 people. It will crash. People will die. But it will not make the same impact as the 8 that perished during the unfortunate helicopter incident. Is it clear? So it is not necessarily about numbers, but it's about its impact on society. You see, something like, let's say, our president, let's say he visits the US Embassy, and then we say that the president has been held hostage at the US Embassy. Right? That single act is a declaration of war on Ghana. But it's just an individual one. Hello? Whereas, let's say, if 50 Ghanaians are held against their will at the US Embassy, it will not make the same impact as if the president is held hostage. Do you get the point we are making?
Yes,
so
sir.
It should be something that have
a
greater ramification on the bigger society. Then we talk about objectivity. So historical facts should be something that is objective. So we say in selecting facts of history, historians are very meticulous about the issues they classify under the purview of history. Adequate precaution is taken to base the data on original sources and make them free from subjective interpretation. Why do you think we want original sources? Hello? I didn't get you quite clearly. Hello?
Yeah, because history is based on evidence.
It's evidence, but the secondary source is also evidence. Oh, Clara, I don't think so.
Okay.
Secondary source is also evidence. Hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
The original source is from biases.
Hello, sir.
It is the original sources is relatively free, and I said relatively free from biases, because as the thing is translated from person to person, some of the facts get distorted, some of the details get missing or twisted or exaggerated. Right? That is why we like the original sources. And we say it helps in clarifying understanding of the past, enable us to talk or to take well-informed decisions. So objectivity is important in the selection as well as in the source of the facts that we are looking at. Then we'll say that every historical fact has multiple perspectives, multiple sides. What do you understand by this? Perspectives. We say facts have multiple perspectives.
So
what does it mean? They have multiple sides.
So I would say people say
Multi-sided
different ways.
Yeah, people see it differently. Right. 6 and 9. Depending on the angle that you are standing, it can be 6, it can be 9. If they change your angle, if probably we're seeing it as 6, if they change your angle, we might see it as 9. But the thing is the same, it hasn't changed. But it's your angle that has changed. And we should know that people always come to facts with their own mindsets and their own limitations. Right? And their interpretations of the fact will be born out of their own understanding of the historical issues. So every single historical material has multiple perspectives. What is our dollar rate now? Hello?
Hello,
What is the
hi.
dollar rate now?
10
It's
cities.
less than
1053.
1050.
1053.
So it's less than 11 cities. Okay. If we ask somebody who is, let's say, NEC bias, what will we talk about the exchange rate now?
I currently say the president of Ghana is not spending as much as the past government did. He's actually just receiving funds and is not spending as much. That's why the dollar rate is the cedi is catching up with the dollar.
Okay.
Come again, sir.
Hello.
So we can't hear you. Your network on your side.
Please, is it my network or general problem? It seems I'm not hearing anything.
I think it's general. We all can hear
In
you.
general, we all cannot hear.
I think it's from doctor's side.
Hello, dear colleagues. Please, can anyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
we can.
But please, some
Yes,
of
we
us are
can
not
hear
doing
you.
well. So this video thing, can we off it? Abba.
Yes.
Maybe they are doing advert. Allow them to do the advert, but please do the advert in a nice way.
How can you just come online with bare chest, something like that, and wanting people to see you? Is it the best?
Showing 3 packs or 7 packs. I can't even imagine.
But guys, where is the lecturer? Is he off?
I think Doc is offline.
Yeah, the network is not helping teaching at all.
Hello. Please, the slides. Some we've not gotten some of them. I beg, if anybody has it, kindly share with us, please.
Which of them? Which of
All
them?
of them, please. All of them. If you have time, kindly share it on the platform, please.
It's difficult to get
Okay,
it.
Doc has sent a message. He says he's trying to come back online. So we should exercise a bit of patience.
Okay.
Okay.
So please, the slides, if you have them, kindly share them the platform, the general platform.
Yes, thank you. In view of that, I lost my phone last week, so I don't have it like for the first week, the second week. So please, if you have all, please help us and drop it on the main page. God bless you.
Please, in case of sending the slides on the platform, don't forget to add the thematic geography. The one we did yesterday, some of us are not having. Provided the lecturer sent it, you only resend it on the platform so that we can have them.
The lecturer has not sent any slides in respect to thematic geography. I called him yesterday and he said he will prepare it within the weekend and forward it to us. So, with respect to what we did yesterday on thematic geography, he has not sent. Amwata, that is into bracket accuracy. Your video is always on. Video will be here. That's all. Put the your data rough. Oh, rapidly. I can't say.
Okay, thank you very much. And then what kind so more video this is your data is
Hello, guys. Please, any idea about the other courses we've not had lectures on?
Ideas in what, please?
About the other courses we've not had lectures on.
We've had lectures on all. We are doing for this block. And this our story we have done on all. We have to meet accounts yesterday, and he said he will reschedule it. So that's what we are waiting for him to reschedule. So aside that, the rest we will do them next. Let's not focus on them now. Let's think about this block. That's all.
Thank you very much.
I think someone needs to guide Mr. Parkwesi on how to turn his video off. Yeah, I'm sure probably he doesn't know how to. So someone should guide him.
So you see what has
3 weeks of lectures.
Mr. Parkwesi should be able to tell us that.
Struggling with videos.
Don't you see? But if he's not talking, it means he deliberately knows that he's on his own.
It is purely
He's actually hearing us, but then
he's either hearing us or turn on the video, put the mobile phone somewhere, because you can see that the video will be you'll be seeing the roof of his room. The roof is the that. He will put the phone somewhere and be doing his own thing.
A time will come, people will expose their private parts. You leave them.
And that's when you're trending social media.
But it nearly happened. It nearly happened. You didn't observe.
Oh, God.
Amos, I can see you on bed.
Now I hear
I don't know, Lois also able to also video. Into also video this is not a say show him.
I know so they watch now, share.
Because lectures it is being recorded.
It's about all those whose videos are on and say that I don't want to watch, so I should. For how long? So sometimes our focus is mainly on anybody whose video is on. I have to go and click on the three dots and mute. I don't watch. And then my focus, instead of being on the lesson or the lecturer, I'm rather focused on my data. Just mute your video. Also video this one now whom you another me whom me. Oh that's it. Obi or be an audio video be an inti
Bro, say what we are saying no a very video no this one no can breakages no. At times some more IT inclined who be so
Don't you call him more and inform you about
video no kakra na atekọ kakra na atekọ because ni nyina ma network ni nyina but omunti I don't know say the munsu ye BBC o bomb before computer and na omunimo ignorant omun asemo
we will start naming and shaming.
I don't think they're even aware that their videos are on. No. I don't think they are
aware. They are
aware. Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, it's true. No. Some of them are not aware.
Yes,
some of them are not aware.
But even if they are not aware, they are still raising concern on it, so they can
Listen, this program we are doing, Obi on the first time, I consume, and now the Google, you knew. Obi, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Obi on the first time.
And our first time now, I am
but please, the first time cry. When you go online, you will see that your video is on. Whenever you join the class, you will see that your video is on. So just tap into mute yourself and the video.
Owo dere ko ile
video on. Tanu o mute yourself or pause video
the language.
I think this is the commonest language. Some of us don't understand you are speaking. So how do we cope with
so we were saying that you people were speaking Chi because you were speaking Chi. We also changed to Elway.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I've lost connection from my laptop, so I'm joining with my phone. You already have the slides, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I've tried several times. It's not
no, sir. No, sir. We don't have the slides.
Somebody saying yes. We don't have the slides. So.
We don't have the slides.
Let me just.
That's why we don't have the slides.
Once I've been able to join. Okay, once I'm able to join this way, let me just try again for last time and see if we're able to do it. Otherwise, then I have to do it with my phone. Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Please, so about the registration, is the portal opened?
All right, sir.
The portal is not open.
Please, the slide that I've seen it. It's on the WhatsApp page. So those who don't have can go there.
It's been there. It's been there. They are all there.
The last time someone even posted the whole book on the group, so you should check through the WhatsApp page because some of us have downloaded it. The whole book is there.
The thing is that some of us lost our phone last week, so like we don't have any information about these things again. Like we've lost everything. That is the problem.
Okay, Florence, your case is different, but most of us don't read. They do not read what is on the platform, and they will come here repeating what has been said over and over and over again.
It's stress. See, they forgive us.
Your case is unique.
I have posted on the Nature of History platform. Please, I have posted on the History platform. The Nature of History platform. We are all there. We are all there. About 298 members on that platform. Nature of History. EAS201D. Nature of History. I have posted all the slides. Every slide you need. Plus cost outline. I have posted everything. And one more most of video, no mundo video. We will start naming and shaming you. Masa, I will name and shame. We will be
I
free.
think we
Come
should
and
do
beat
it
me.
like that. Name and shame so that they will know. Maybe they are not
Yeah,
aware.
Hello, colleagues. Please. Hello, colleagues. Please, some of us are not on the Nature of History platform. Can you make the numbers available so that we join, or the link available? Thank you.
Please, senior, the timetable given to us.
Hello, please.
Wait.
Is there a handout you're supposed to buy on history, nature of history?
Chairman. The handout has been posted to us via soft copy.
I mean a hard copy. I'm not saying a soft copy.
No hard copy, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, on the WhatsApp platform, no? Please, we were given a timetable with the various Zoom and Meet links on that timetable, with the lecturers' name, the telephone numbers, and everything. Look under the course title and the course code. There is a WhatsApp link over there. That file is in PDF. Copy that WhatsApp link under history. Then join that platform. There's no telephone number in respect to that, so we won't be able to add you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So copy the link, the WhatsApp link under that course, and then join yourself. Okay.
Hello, Mr. EMS. Hello.
Hi.
Chairman, this one is just a humble suggestion. Looking at the nature of our course, I, for instance, joined, I think, in the second week. So I have to get our people an action. I also did it. But I humbly suggest if you can create one big page on Telegram. For that place, even if the person joins later, the person can go back to all the things that can be posted over there.
Sir, please, we can't hear you.
CMS says he is suggesting of a Telegram channel where these parts can be posted there.
Telegram. Okay, so create and then give us the link so that we can all join. Say.
Okay.
Abubi Francis, off your camera.
So after this lecture, I'll do that and then put it. So with that one, even if you are a newcomer, when you go there, you get all the documents that you posted over there. I think that's better.
Abubi Francis, who came to? I know also camera no. I know the camera no show we need a motor no so. Oh,
yeah,
chairman.
Boss. We keep on complaining about people opening their video cameras and other things. You can even close it yourself whenever somebody opens it. Just click on the person's page or that little space there. There's a 3 dot there. When you press on that, there's an option that says don't watch video. When you press on that, it will close. So I think we should do that because people are not aware of some of these things. So I think we should end the debate and then do that. Thank you.
Yes, so the Telegram man, just create a Telegram, send us the link on all the WhatsApp platforms pertaining to this course, and then we'll join happily and then post everything over there. I think that is cool, as you're saying. So let's do it that way. I don't know how it is, sir.
Hi, because you are still waiting for the lecture to come.
Please, which page do we send the slides, the history slides? To which page?
Please, it was sent to the
No,
history
I have it.
platform.
So where did I send it to? I have it. Where did I send it to?
I've already sent it to.
To where? I should send it to.
I've already sent it to.
Please just hold on. I'll create a Telegram page right now so that you put it on the Telegram page. Okay.
Okay.
Create and share for all of us. Okay.
Yeah, we are waiting for the Telegram page. I think that will help.
Yes, Telegram man. Yeah, why?
Please, even if you post it at where we are all on the past question, where we take our past question from, we can take it from there, please.
Yes, you can post from there. Share all past questions here.
Yes.
Madam, you can put it there. Share all past questions so that we can go there and take it. Thank you very much, madam.
So who is that person in church? And please, my goodness.
They should open the registration portal. And then on that, we will learn in vain. Okay, so it's him.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
Hello,
Sorry about
sir.
that. I don't know what happened. I just went off. I was even speaking to you people. So we said that to a single historical incident, there might be different ways of looking at it. And that's what we mean by multiple sideness. It will be from partisan perspective, non-partisan perspective, from a masculine perspective, from a feminist perspective, from a children perspective, from an adult perspective. And when we change the perspective, it will change the kind of interpretation that we put to the issue. So there is no single historical incident, that there is only one perspective. There will always be multiple perspectives because human beings are different and we see things differently. Is it clear? So these are the characteristics of historical facts. But the point that we are making is that for something to be historical, it should be grounded on facts. The fact could be internal or external. And we say the externals are the things that we know happened, or we know it happened knowingly or unknowingly, sorry. And then the external facts are the captured intent of people, the reasoning behind their actions. And then we went ahead to look at the facts, the characteristics of facts. We said that it should have an element of time, space, right, historical significance, objectivity, and multi-sided. These are the 5 characteristics of historical fact. To this point, is there any question? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, is there any question? You are quiet. Does it mean we should move on?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So we are looking at the next major characteristics. We say the unobservable nature of history. The unobservable nature of history. What do you understand by this? Hello?
Okay, so
What do you understand by when we say history is unobservable? Yes.
when we say history is unobservable, it means the part of history that cannot be seen.
So the part of history that cannot be seen, does it mean that there's an aspect that can be seen?
Sir, please correct me. It simply means that
yes, please do.
What happened in the past, probably we were not there, so we couldn't observe it. We were not there to have a personal experience of it. We just came to meet because they have been codified or put in any form for us to see, for us to read today. So everything that happened in the past, we have not seen it. It is only things that happens in the present that we see.
And precisely the point. The things that happened in the past cannot be replayed. We cannot go and observe. So we would say it is unobservable. In the sciences, you can state an experiment and observe. By history, it doesn't have any room for personal observation. Even if we try to reenact, the characters are not the same. the circumstances are not the same. And therefore, we are likely not to have the same results. So we say historical facts are generally unobservable. They are generally unobservable. Bear in mind, the internal and external facts do not lend themselves to direct personal observation unless it is in the present. How can the past be in the present? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
I've asked the question. So the point I'm making here is this. Both the internal and external facts of history. By now, I think you know what are the internal facts and what are the external facts. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. We can hear you.
Yes. They both do not lend themselves to direct personal observation because, as we said, it's in the past. And therefore, we cannot reenact it. However, there are incidents where maybe a historical incident is filmed. If it's filmed, then we can go back and replay and see what happened in the past. Or even if there's a photograph of it, it is a snapshot of the incident and not the entire incident itself. What gives us a bit more detail is usually when it is documented in the form of a film or a podcast. Right? But generally, both the internal and external do not lend themselves to direct personal observation. You cannot go and replay and watch the Sagranti Wall or the Yasantua War. Right? So that's why we say that it is not something that we can personally observe. This thing, I teach it, we ask questions on it, and students usually get it wrong. I might say, okay, the external fact of history do not lend themselves, the internal fact of history do not lend themselves to personal direct observation. But the external fact of history lend themselves to direct personal observation, true or false, and a lot of them will pick true. And they will say, oh, sir, it was difficult. Both the internal and external do not lend themselves to direct personal observation. Is it clear?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we say that this is because the external fact of history talks about the events that happened, that have taken place in the past. Those events cannot reoccur in the present times. For direct observation by historians, we cannot go and look at it physically, right? And the examples we have given. At the other side, the internal facts are the motives or captured intentions of people. That also we cannot go and observe because they are people's intents. Exactly. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's look at forms of historical facts. Forms of historical facts. The first that we want to look at are traditions. We say traditions are formal ways by which human beings pass on information of the past from one generation to the other. The form of historical fact is what we term, please mute yourself, as traditions. Hello?
Hello.
So, by tradition, all that we mean is that they are the formal ways which human beings, not Africans, not only Ghanaians, pass on information from one generation to the other. And that's what we term as tradition. Hello? So every household have their own tradition. Every individual has his tradition. And trying to pass on this information formally to the next generation is what we term as tradition. Hello? That's why when you say that traditional religion, if you say traditional religion, you have said nothing. Because every religion is traditional. It has been passed on formally from one generation to the other. That is why we term it as a religion, an existing religion, unless probably it was just created today. But to qualify it, you say African traditional religion, then you are specific. Is it clear? So the Europeans have their traditional religion. Islam have their traditional, Muslims have their traditional religion. Right? And we also have our religion. So the formal way of passing on this information is what we term as tradition. And tradition is a form of historical fact. While formally, we try to explain our origins, and usually in our part of the world, we do it verbally from one generation to the other. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
this means
sir.
that we get to know about what transpired in the past. They are being transmitted to us by our forebears, either by word of mouth, written form, or in their pictorial form. So even in tradition, it's not only oral. It could be written. There are some houses that their family tree has been well documented. And then you should take it as a project and document your own traditional, your family tree. So that going forward, you will know yourselves. You know when do insect marriages. What we term down south as if you marry your cousins. So you can try to draft your family tree from the earliest and common ancestor that you all have, and then arrange everybody under their mother. So we have your family tree. So it can be documented. It can also be pictorial, right? Photographs. Photographs are also a way of telling our history. If you want to know my educational history through photographs, you have it. From my days in Adisco to the university, and now you have all the pictures there. If you look at it chronologically, it is my history. So formal ways of it could be traditional, it could be formal or informal. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
So
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Hello,
the
sir.
form
It's
that is
clear.
transmitted by word of mouth is what we term as oral tradition. The one that we do by word of mouth is the oral tradition. And some of the oral tradition have remained unchanged since their occurrence in the past. This implies that generations have known this event just as they happened in the past. So it is relayed orally. And even though it is subject to distortions, by and large, some of them have remained intact. Right? And so if you go and inquire, you'll be told your history orally. We were in Sudan, we moved to here, we moved here. Finally, Nigeria, we settled here. They moved to Northern Ghana, we settled here. Moved to the Middle Belt, we settled here until our present generation, our present settlement here. We were led by this. So that is oral tradition. And in families and in clans that have rich oral history, they are preserved by the elders in the family and retold the next generation. Hello.
Yes. Hi.
So,
Hi.
still under oral tradition, we have the fixed tradition and then the free tradition. And then we have the fixed tradition and then the free tradition. With the fixed tradition, it is still oral, but it has not undergone any changes since the day they were created. They are fixed, cast in stone. Right? With the free tradition, it changes as it's being transmitted from one generation to the other. Hello? So you know the difference between the fixed tradition and then the free tradition. The fixed one, I say it has not undergone any changes. Right? And the free tradition, it changes as it is being transmitted from one generation to the other. We have some fixed traditions. I don't want to lead the class, so I'll give you examples, then we'll go. And the ones that have been scripted, right, we term it as written traditions. So we also have written traditions. Are they colleagues on a platform? Hello?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anglican.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you.
Yes, sir.
You see, when your priests, they are leading their masses, there are some books that they read, and then there are aspects that the congregation would also respond. Those things have been written down. So, regardless of the priest in charge, the message is the same. Can somebody recite the Apostle Creed?
Yes, we can.
Please go ahead.
I believe in God the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth.
Maker of heaven and earth.
Okay. She's already saying it.
And Florence, continue.
Okay, I believe in God the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and Jesus Christ, his Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead and buried. The third day rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and sat at the right side of God the Father Almighty. From there shall come to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the communion of saints, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen. I'm not a Catholic though.
And you've done well.
I'm
You've
a
done well.
Presbyterian.
You've done well. So you see, there are Catholics who cannot recite these things.
Oh, you also
So
Presbyterians also recite it, but in Ewe. I attend the Ewe Presby, I think.
Ewe Presbyterian, okay, fine. Is there something like Ewe Presbyterian? I thought it was Evangelical Presbyterian.
Yes, so they say Ewe Presby. People don't know it.
And so you also accepted it. That is Ewe Presbyterian. Okay, that's fine. So the concept you are making now, this thing is written down. So irrespective of where you find yourself in a Catholic church or even in the Anglican church, the Apostolic Creed remains the same. The medium of expression may change. It can be in English, it can be in Hebrew, it can be in Fanti. But by and large, the content is the same. It is unchanged.
So even Martin, you also recite the Apostolic Creed.
So there's a phrase there. What's the name? No, let me not even digress and go in there. So it has not changed. It is documented. It is still a tradition. So it could be oral, and the oral will say it could be fixed or free, or it could be written tradition, which is documented. And then when we say it is free or it is fixed, it means that it has not changed over time. Our Proverbs usually is the fixed tradition. it does not change. The content is still the same. Our traditional songs, right, largely are fixed. But the history of a clan, the history of, let's say, this how society emerged, at times is the free type, such that depending on the narrator, some new information may be added, some may be taken out, depending on the source that you go through. So that is free, right? Some legends of, let's say, Osebomifi, of Fanoche, of those heroes of the past and heroines of the past, when we are relaying them, because it is free, we always introduce new information and we take out some information. That's why we say it is free. Grammar language is fixed, because if it's a good diviner or drummer, when he's playing, the person that is supposed to interpret or recite it or to give it a voice, once he hears the sound language, you're able to say exactly what the drum wants to communicate, irrespective of the person that is in charge or to his vehicle. So what you are saying is that there are some traditions that are fixed, others that are free, and then they are subject to the person's own embellishments to make it more, either more stimulating, more interesting. But the substance might be the same. Hello?
Hi.
Do you understand what we just said?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to affirm, give me an example of a free tradition. An example of a free tradition. I think I haven't heard, Grace, I haven't heard from your voice today.
Hello, Doc. Are you talking?
Yes. Okay,
Say,
please go ahead.
hello. Example of a fixed tradition can be some dirges. Dirges sing at funeral.
So yeah. Okay, they're just saying that funeral are usually fixed. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
So I want a free type.
Before right.
People right. How?
Storytelling.
Can you explain?
I think it has gone through a lot of changes for some time now.
Hello, sir.
So the fixed tradition can be festivals. Some festivals undergoes some modification because of the modern
So bear in
generation.
mind the examples you are giving me. I said
at first some festival. You said a free tradition.
Yes.
For instance, my place, there was a festival that people will have to walk no matter the distance to the particular place of celebration. But now, because of changes, they can pick cars. Some of them, they will carry the instruments that they were forbidden from moving them with cars or other things. But now they can move them with cars and motors and then other sorts of transportation because of the distance. Even though the content may be the same, but
I agree.
Have some little changes.
Yes, I agree with the principle that we're talking about information that we relay orally to people, which has undergone changes. Like our national anthem.
Right. Example.
Right. It's fixed.
All right.
Once you are singing the national anthem, you cannot come and introduce any new words or jargons to it, like we did in our days. And help us to resist oppressors. This oppressors is only made in Ghana. Actual word is to resist oppressors rule. Right. So songs are fixed, right?
Yeah, and
So we
Hello.
can talk of the story of Dr. Mponochi.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, one of it could be traditional dances like Kete and the Adwa dances. Could be the first. Can it be the first traditional way?
Okay, because the steps, what it means, actually, they are in canons, right? It has not changed. But you see, if you pick a story of how Okopanochi died, it is free. Because we have various versions of the same incident. Some said that he died, they shouldn't cry. They opened the room and the sister saw him lying down, and then he cried. That's why he didn't return. Hello.
Hi, yes, sir.
What other versions do you know?
I also heard a version like that. Yeah, he was in his shrine room and ordered them not to open it because he wants to return. They waited and he wasn't returning, and they opened the room. Then someone else met him at the roadside, and he told the person to come back and tell the family that the reason why he's not returning is because they didn't obey his instructions by opening the room.
Yeah. So you see that the narrations differs. It's not the same. So it's free.
Yeah, that one.
Some also say he was entrapped by a woman. So we have various versions of the same. And then if we are narrating it, each time the account will vary slightly. That's when we say that a tradition is free. And the written ones, we already know them. So we say that they are known to be evidence in the past that have been preserved or codified for use by generations. Pictures, figure traditions, the actual word should have been artifacts, right? These things are fixed. Monuments, we can't change them. Those are examples of documented fixed traditions which we cannot change, right? And these things are often preserved in museums to tell the history of somebody. If you go to the Nkrumah Museum, you might find his car there. The car will not change. You find his walking stick, his smoke. Some of the pictures of his travels you find there. And by going through those exhibits, you create an impression in your mind eye who Osajifo is and his contribution to Ghana's development. And you do that through the fixed traditions that you find at the place. Other forms of facts are remains. Remains. When we say remains, what comes to mind? Hello?
Hello, sir. This
Okay, so
historical
what is
fact
left
behind.
Yes, so things that have been left behind by preceding generations, you refer to them as remains. What castle is this one?
That's St. George's Castle of
Elmina. Any other view? Hello? Elmina Castle. Hey, I'm much the history. A lot of people would have said Kipu's Castle, but this is the Elmina Castle. Right, this is the Elmina. Yeah, hello.
Hello. Please.
Why do we say?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, the sword planted by Konfuanochi.
What I projected is the sword planted by Konfuanochi.
It is a sample of remains.
Have you drank
Oh
bread?
yes.
Have you drank bread?
No. He also given a different
Yeah,
example of a
he gave you a
remainder.
Yeah, it's
different
an example.
example.
Yeah,
So that's fine.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
notice, yes, that is also a remains. So these
yeah.
are things that were of yesterday's generation, which helps us to explain certain things that happens today. So refer to them as remains. So we say remains are tangible and intangible historical relics that are not consciously intended to give historical information, but historical facts are inferred from them. When the Mina Castle was built, the intention was not to share historical information. It was for trade. It was to be a storehouse. Was supposed to be provide places of residence for the governor as well as the troops. But today, we can make inferences. We can deduce some historical information from those objects that have been with us to date. Are we clear? So my clothes that I wear are not historical materials. But if I become a famous person, my clothes might be exhibited in museums and historical information can be inferred from them. There are some of you that your mood is reflected in the kinds of attire that you wear, especially the women, right? Hello?
Sir. I say.
So those of you that are teaching, your student can look at the colors that you wear to school and say, hey, today madam is in a bad mood. Don't try her. If you try her, she will cane you. At times you wear very gay colors, sorry. The students see the colors and say, today the TV is clear. Madam is in a good mood. Just by your apparel, your choice of apparel. With the guys, same. At times when you go to class and you're beating the children, say, oh, say Oniska, say Oniska. And then the bay, so on 18th, 20th, say Oniska. That doesn't have money. Per your mood, they know that you don't have money. Because if you have money, you don't beat them like that. Right? So they are inferring from your attitude to determine your mood. Likewise, you can infer from remains to give us an idea of what happened in the past. So for the example that our brother gave, the Confanosi sword that is trusted to the ground, what does it tell us? Hello? Oh, why are you quiet today?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
The sword can also it makes us to understand that the Confanoshi really exists.
Yes, there is a proof that he existed. That is correct. What else? Because if he didn't exist,
The sword.
they wouldn't have attributed
The sword.
the sword to him.
The sword is a symbol of authority and power, and so it's expressing
It's a
his
symbol of authority and power.
And so it's expressing his
it talks
authority
about
and the power he exerted.
Yeah, what I also
the
learned is
power that he exerted to date. He's a powerful man.
Yes.
The years after his death, nobody has been able to pull out that dagger from the ground. Meaning that in terms of spirituality, he is more powerful than all succeeding generations. Because if somebody is more powerful, he shall be able to remove it. Is it clear?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, if you are more powerful, you should be able to remove it. So we
No,
infer.
it's okay.
Hello?
The symbol of unity. It's also tell us a symbol of unity.
Yeah, so once that power still exists, then the configuration that he created still stands. The day that thing is removed, and probably the goal is to also seized and destroyed, it's perceived to be the day that Ashanti Kingdom will be destroyed or will be disintegrated because they are linked. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So remains we say that we could have primary and secondary documents, reports, letters, buildings, etc. All these things are remains. He said the general fact of a historical document is not observable to the historian. Please mute yourself if you are not asking a question. Then we make inferences also from the internal facts. So remains helps us to at least make some inferences about the past. Now let's move on and look at when we say history is integrated. It is integrated. What does it mean? So we have.
It means other subjects.
Please go ahead.
It means we can have a little of other subjects in it, like science, math, and other things in it.
Okay. So it means that in history, history is about the human past, right? And the human past covers all aspects of the human past. Take your own self as an example. The aspect of you that has to do with religion, aspect of you that has to do with economics, aspect of you that has to do with your social relations, aspect of you that has to do with politics. Right. So history is the sum total of the social sciences of knowledge. So say, for example, in studying the life of a group of people, you may come across various aspects of their lives, which may be political, economic, social, religion, etc. History is the basis of all the subject of study, which falls under the category of the humanities and the social sciences. You know, you have history of medicine, history of computing, history of science. So you have history of everything. Because it's about life. So we say it is the basis of the study of philosophy. What is philosophy? Hello? Hey. Hello?
Hello,
Hi,
sir.
What is philosophy?
It's the study of idea about life.
Philosophy is the study of life.
The study of life, people's ideas about things.
And that is history. Yes, that history will limit ourselves to the past. Right? So history is interwoven to all other subjects. So when you are studying history, you are studying a bit of geography, you are studying a bit of economics, you are studying a bit of sociology, you are studying a bit of this. That is how come at times history students they complain a lot because they are doing everything. And it's necessary for you to study everything so that if you meet any aspect of life, you should be able to appreciate the issues and then be able to explain it appropriately. But let's look at how history differs from the other social sciences. We have said that history is the basis of all the social sciences, right? It focuses on the external fact of human history, but uses different approach in going about their interpretations and explanations. Right, so let's look at some of the difference between history and the other social sciences. First is that history limits itself to the past. What did I just say?
History limits itself to the past.
It limits itself to the past.
Whilst the other social sciences will look at both the past and the present. For history, it limits itself entirely to only the past. Right? So instead, let's say,
Please, Mr. Sari, mute yourself. There's a feedback.
hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes. So we are saying that instead, let's say the economy of a country, let's say Ghana, the historian will focus on, let's say, from 1950 to somewhere, let's say, the 2000s. Whilst if an economist is studying the economy of Ghana, he can equally start from the 1950s, but he will not terminate at the past. He will bring it to the present. And at times even make predictions to the future. But for historian, largely we limit ourselves to the past. So history is a subject, history as a subject is mostly related to human activity that took place in the past, when most of us were not in existence. So historians will concentrate on the medieval and ancient period, but the social sciences will look at human activities in both the past as well as will concentrate on things that are happening presently. And then they might do a comparison between ancient time and modern time. So those are the approaches, some of the differences. So the history might also look at things, as we said, limited to time and space, while the social sciences will look at the issues in abstract. If a historian is looking at an issue, he's looking at what time period, which specific geographical area. Hello?
Hello, sir. Hi.
Social sciences might look at the issue without limiting it to a particular geographical area or time period. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we also say historical happenings normally take place at a particular place in a given point in time. I will give an example. However, social science disciplines such as economics can be studied in abstract. They mostly interpret their concepts using charts and graphs that do not render easy understanding at first sight. Right, so it can be done in abstract, not necessarily looking at any restricted geographical area. And then we say history deals with all aspects of life, while the social sciences may look at a particular aspect of life. Right, so if it's religion, he's looking at only religion. If it's sociology, he's looking at the social relations alone. If it's cultural, he's looking at only the cultural dimensions of it. But history will look at the religious, political, social, everything about life. Right? So those are some of the difference between history and then the other social sciences. Now, it borrows concepts from these sciences to explain issues that are related to the human past. So if it requires that he looks at issues from an economic point of view, the historian will rely on economic concepts and principles. If it's something that related to medicine, you borrow the concepts that are related from the medical field to explain issues of history. That is why we say it is integrated. It borrows concepts and other principles from other social sciences to construct a reasonable argument that follows logic and sequence in history. Is it clear?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Are there any questions? Hello? Are there any questions to this point? Now,
no,
let's
please,
move on.
please carry on.
We say historians look at issues from a vertical or a horizontal perspective. A vertical or a horizontal perspective. What do you understand by this? Look at the diagram that I've just shown. Can you see the slide? Sorry.
Yes, though.
Hello?
Yes, please.
So look at the slides and tell me what you mean by looking at the issues from a vertical or from a horizontal perspective.
It means historians do not just look at issues based on one fact. They look around, considering both negative and positive impact before coming out with their main idea.
Or they view the past from different standpoints.
Hello? Any other?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Or they consult other books before basing their final outcomes.
Okay. So, vertical perspective, from down up, we say from a longitudinal point of view, from a chronological point of view. It usually covers a longer period, right? So the issue, we look at it from its genesis to its present dispensation. We say it is vertical, it is longitudinal. And then a cross-sectional is a shorter period, but we look at the issue from a broader perspective. Because the vertical is a longer period, we look at an aspect of life and look at it across time. Is it clear? An aspect, a shorter period, one aspect, and you look at it across time. But the horizontal look at issues from a shorter period, but the issue is looked at it from various angles, various perspectives. Are we clear? Hello?
Hi.
So one is chronological, a longer period. One is shorter period, but the issue is look at it from a broader point of view, making comparisons. So we say horizontal perspective of history. The horizontal perspective of history is that perspective that views the past with reference to the relevance of the event on the people who lived at the time of the occurrence of the event. So how important it is to the people that live at the time. So advocates of this philosophical perspective of viewing history are the idealist historians. Some of these, the views of this group of historians are explained below. So horizontal, we say they are what? Termed as what? The idealist. And they look at historical incident with respect to the impact of the event on the people living in the past. So if we are talking about, let's say, colonialism, how did it affect the people who were living in the past? Shorter period. Right? If it's looking at, let's say, World War I, how did it impact on the world then? The concentration is on those that were alive at the time. Right? And we say that we know that it led to what we term as the Great Economic Depression. And its impact on the wider world economy. All the able men, majority of them died, and others were maimed. So after the war, the world was in crisis because we spent the money aimlessly on ammunitions and sponsoring troops. So we want to find the impact on the people. Right. The same way, if the Second World War, we might look at issues of Jews and Christianity and its impact on religion. But the point is that the focus is on those that were living at the time. That's why I said that I look at issues from a shorter perspective. And by the shorter perspective, we are looking at the impact of the people that were living at the time. Hello?
Hi. Yes, Doc.
Another important thing to note about this perspective is that historical incident from the horizontal perspective, that's the focus on shorter period effects. Historians limit themselves to the impact of the historical event within a restricted time period. So that is for the horizontal. So if that is the horizontal, what do you think will be the vertical perspective? Hello?
The opposite.
I know it's the opposite, so tell me the opposite. Hello?
They view
Hello, sir.
historical events in an extended period of time.
Okay. And again, to what I feel to also say that because it is shorter, the issues are looked at it from a broader perspective, from different perspective, because it's a shorter period. So we can look at the issues from the perspective, if it's, let's say, Second World War, from the perspective of Jews, from the perspective of Americans, from the perspective of the Russian, from the perspective of the Chinese, and what have you, because it's a shorter period. And then our concentration is on the people that lived in the past. So for the vertical perspective, it's of the impact of the incident in the past on the present generation. That's why we are tracing from that origin so that we understand how the thing has evolved to date. And the focus is on those that are living today, not those who were living in the past. Today. Hello?
Hi.
So the focus of the vertical perspective is those that are living in the present circumstances. Say the vertical perspective considers the study of history with respect to the impact of the incident on the people living in the present. So for instance, looking at the First World War, which took place in 1814 to 1818, the vertical historian will talk about the existence of some independent states like Poland and Belgium that merged following the outbreak of First World War. All of them were under the British colony. right? But then after the war, they gained their sovereignty. Also, the war saw how vulnerable women were. So there was a need for ensuring women empowerment, among others. Viewing the past from this direction help us to understand the advanced countries and societies have made over a period of time. So he looks at the issues from the past, but the focus is on the present. It was after the World War I that most of the thinkers then realized that no, if there is war, those that suffer most are women and children. The men will go to war and will die, will leave their children orphaned. And it's the women that have to come and cater for them. So if there are issues that has to do with countries and a possible aggression, let those that bear the fullest brand also be represented on the decision-making table. So women inclusion became an issue. Women who were previously not working were forced into the labor market. Once they were in the labor market, once they were invited to the decision table, it changed how we perceive things. That is how come almost every country, the laws are made to favor women, because we claim that they are the vulnerable. Even though I disagree, women are not vulnerable at all. Do you understand the point you're making?
Yes, sir, they are not vulnerable.
Women are not vulnerable. Women are not vulnerable.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. That one is true.
But we have created a society where we have created safety nets for them, at times even to our own disadvantage as a gender. That I'm talking about, referring to the male gender. But thankfully, some men are rising up. They are wising up. So who was it? Was it Akon who divorced the wife and then he realized that he only had 10,000 in his account? Was it Akon?
Yes.
And other people too. The footballers.
Yes, so now you
also won.
So yes, so now you wise up, you open your eyes. Otherwise, they will take you everything and leave you pauper. They say all the property that we acquire, 50% belongs to them, whether they contributed or did not contribute. And they will pretend and tell you that okay, if you're a man too, you can go and claim 50% of your wife's property. Which policeman will write that case for you? That I'm married to this woman and then the woman wants to divorce me and then I'm claiming 50% of because the way Jimiana. Yes, in our society, I mean, it's like your
But
wife.
sir, it's happening. It's happening. Offset is claiming 50% of shares from his ex-wife Cardi B.
You didn't understand what I'm saying. I said, though, in our context, you walk to Nima police station or Bacano police station and report that you want to divorce your wife and you are claiming 50% of her estate, your wife's property. The policeman will not even write that docket for you.
They will drive you away.
Or you go to Ghana police station, unless probably your wife is, let's say, is a giant that your wife has beaten me, they will laugh at you.
Our culture, they will laugh at you. I thought it only applies to court marriages. So,
which one? No, it's not court marriage. If you cohabit with a woman for more than 5 years, it's not even about traditional marriage or what we term as engagement. No, if you cohabit, you live in the same house with a woman for more than 5 years.
6 months.
6 months. And then you would acquire properties together. She's entitled to have 50%. So, the Pupaman go anywhere there. Or 50, who had their baby. But you see, what is important in all this is that we should carry society along. Meanwhile, issue I have with women is that when it comes to the protection, they like it. When it comes to the other side, that one they don't like it. Property 150-50. If you want to go to a restaurant and go eat, and I say bring 50% of the bill, let's pay, you say no. Pay 50% of the light bill, you say no. But the light, did I use it alone? Hello?
It's a matter.
Yes, sir.
It's a matter.
Did I use it?
Hi.
Hello, sir.
When it
The
comes to
women
pay
are
rent,
created to gain, not to lose.
when it comes to rent, you say it is a man's responsibility. School fees is a man's responsibility. Water bill is a man's responsibility.
So you know what? The woman is sitting here somewhere, and the parents were taking care of her. You came and
We
carried
are
her that
there.
you
We
can
were with
take care
our
of her.
parents. They were doing everything
So
for us. You
you have to
decided to
bear the
marry us.
responsibility. You came and carry us that you can take care of us.
Are you sure your parents
But
will
you're now
take care of
working.
you this well?
You receive salary
You need
at the end of
Joseph.
every month.
Oh, don't worry yourself. There is a Bible quotation that I like so much. It says a time will come in where 7 women will take hold of 1 man. They will say, we'll buy our own food. Just put your name on us.
Look, that
But
time is
till that
even now.
time,
The time is now,
let's
look.
keep
It is
enjoying.
happening.
Oh, it's
That
very,
Till
very
yeah,
that
the
simple.
time,
people you
let's
are
keep
shaking has no
enjoying.
legs too.
Except
You
is
know
the
that.
time is not yet. That time hasn't come, so we will enjoy till it comes.
Let's keep enjoying.
Say
There's
you put
a saying that a man's money is our money, but my money is my money.
So meaning you are not supporting your husband, right?
Oh,
It's not
support you
about
how?
supporting the husband. For the
They will tell you
supporting,
that.
you are for the husband.
Sometimes
But you
women are
shouldn't
selfish.
put your eyes on the woman's money as it's for the family. The woman's money is her money. The man's money is for the family.
Yo. Yeah, let's move on. But
So you see, we are empowering them to our own disadvantage.
that is the point I was.
Is it only my side? Can't hear
It's a
me.
general problem.
It's everywhere.
No,
Yes, we all can be heard.
the entire network. Relate with your hand.
And
Hello. Please say we cannot hear from you.
Dog, please, we can't hear.
Is it a network?
So police.
You could hear few.
It seems so.
It could be the network.
But this one, there, guys, on the most serious note, the issue of sharing properties, men should begin to marry more than one wife. So.
If you are ready to share more
Exactly.
than
Marry
share more than
ladies
one wife,
suppose
share
ladies
more than one wife.
also want to marry more than one husband. Will you agree?
Go and marry more than one.
We don't usually demand to share property.
That's not even the point. If you are ready to share to more than one
I
woman,
hope you can all see what is happening to that Lumba now.
A very clear case study.
As a
Yes,
man,
but
This issue of marriage,
the man is dead.
this issue of marriage,
The two widows are quarreling over.
when it comes to marriage.
So
The
if you
women
want to die
the
and
women
your
are
funeral
always
will be like that, then you should marry more than one wife.
oh, but
Yeah,
marrying more
if
than
he
one
if
wife,
he
marrying
stay near
more
what
than
we
one
talk
wife
about,
doesn't create such
have to
issues.
be alive and be
Allow the
tormented by a
gentlemen.
no
woman.
one will even support. No
Allow
one will
them
even support that. If
to
you
go
will support
against the
that,
word of God.
you
Let
know,
them go
right?
against the word of God. Allow them.
I know you, right? The moment my dog
We
started
beg,
said it, I knew
let's
you
leave
were the
God.
one
Let's leave
to
God
comment
now.
first.
peace.
You know, in the Bible said
Even
those
for
who
marriage,
married more than
But
one.
Lina, you are running away from competition.
There's nowhere in the Bible that the
No, we
problem.
are not running away from competition.
So
Those who married
you are
You know, the
those
rise
who
that
married
men
more
are
than one in the
enjoying
Bible,
now
they found favor.
it's from creation, though. It's from creation, the time of creation.
okay,
Yes.
so where is it written in the Bible that
Vida, please mute
It's
your
from the
video.
time of creation.
Men are being
It's from the time of
Those who
creation.
married one
God
wife,
told
Nothing
Adam
has come
to
from
go and
creation.
suffer,
That
go
one
and
is not.
sweat
they lost
and
their
feed your
ways.
family.
Nothing has come
He
from
never
God.
told a woman to go and sweat and feed family.
That one is
So it's
not
from the
true.
time of
Nothing is come
creation
from
and
this.
we are enjoying
Not
till
true.
date. Till the
but
time
who said
seven women will marry one husband, let's keep enjoying.
In peace. We beg you.
Yes.
this woman.
That's why now we are
that
follow
if you marry
strategy.
more than one woman,
We
the
the men
woman
we
will
are
struggle
follow
and
strategize.
feed herself. There are rules attached to that. So I think for men, if you are a man here and you think of marrying only one wife, then you are causing death for yourself. As a man, you should marry
I
more
know
than
right
For
one
now
me
so that
we are
personally,
in
for me
21st century.
personally,
why should you
listen,
marry
you
one?
see, for me
Why should
personally,
you marry one?
I'm not against the point of marrying more than one wife. The only thing that I concern about is taking care of me. If you marry
We
10
can take
wives,
care
the
of
only
you.
thing I want is to take care of me.
We can take care of you.
So if you are capable of catering for every needs,
It's
me,
see,
I don't have
every
any
day you
problem
want a
because
man to
whatever
take care
that
of
you will
you,
give
but
to
you
the
don't want
other
to take care of
woman,
a woman.
even
You
if
want to
you
be a
don't
man.
marry her, you will still not add it to me. So
My
I
sister, don't
it
try.
shouldn't be a point like
But the issue
My
is
sister, don't try.
me
Don't try.
So are you trying to tell us
personally.
that
Listen,
it's
one
only
thing,
a man who is
lady,
supposed to even
one thing
take care
you
of
have
their
to
family?
also understand is that there is nothing you can do to keep a man at home. You
It's not
can
true.
cut
It's
off
not
your
true.
head for
It's not
that
true.
man, and if the man decides to go out, he will still go. As
I
a
beg,
woman, you can
sister,
never do anything to keep a man at
I
home.
beg to
The
differ.
man can only be at home when he himself
Pastor
decides to
Grace,
be at
my
home.
sister,
One thing you
pray
have to
that
also
you
understand is that
my
cheating,
sister,
cheating
pray
is
that
a
your own
choice. Don't
is
tell me it's
different.
never a mistake. Cheating is a choice. It can never be a mistake.
Don't
For a
generalize
man to cheat on you, it's a choice. It's never a mistake.
If I have
One
any
thing.
time, I'll never go out.
sacrifices from a woman doesn't stop a man from going out. That one is natural. Me,
You too, are you there?
We are here.
If you give your man
For a
peace at
man
home,
to stay
there's
faithful with
no way
his
he'll be
wife,
going out.
it's not about what the woman does. Mostly it counts. But if the man decides to go out, there's nothing you can do to keep him. Cheating is by choice. It's not a
Yeah,
mistake.
the same as the
That is
women.
one thing you
It's
should know.
the
Okay.
same as the
Yes,
women.
the same as women. Yes, the same as
Hello.
women. Someone will say, "Oh, I went out and
Please,
by
Doc is back.
mistake
Please,
this happened."
let's listen to him. Doc is back.
So the point we are making is that the world has evolved, right? The way we bring up our children, and when I say these things, I mean us who are parents now. I'm trying to get online so I could use, but if not, we'll just go about here. The point is that the way we go about raising our children should change. These days, the females are outnumbering the males. And therefore, we cannot raise our children to be vulnerable, to be dependent upon the male. Right? We also need to train the males to be responsible. That is, they taking good care, learning how to maintain themselves so that they don't have to depend on the females for survival. There are a lot of males that probably, let's say, if their spouses die, they cannot maintain themselves. Cooking, washing, cleaning, they can't do it. And therefore, they will need somebody to come and do those things. And vice versa. There are some women who also can't take decision on their own. They need a man to direct. But the world is evolving. So we need to change our approach such that both our males and females will see themselves as equals and then enjoy their companionship in a relationship or in marriages. In the West, they are not marrying because they do not want some of these strings that are attached, especially the financial strings of a woman to a man. So they will go for a contractual marriage. I will marry you on these terms. If you agree, we marry. If you don't, we go our separate ways. Right? So we need to look at issues that way. Hello?
Hi.
We are listening, sir.
Okay. Try it once again and see because if I use the slides, it's better. It is. Okay, so we are back on. So the perspective, either from a longitudinal or let's say from the vertical perspective. And the point that brought us here was the vulnerability of women that was seen as some of the defects of some of the wars that we did. And therefore, women were brought on the decision table so that their voices could be heard. The vertical historians in the first place views human activities on a vertical axis, which means that the horizontal look at issues from a horizontal perspective. Vertical historians want to consider historical events in an extended period of time instead of restricting themselves to events within a shorter period of time. And then the examples are the same. Look at it from, let's say, a very long period like 1900 to 1957, where we want to see the various kinds of governance system that we have to date. And the benefit is to inform our decisions going forward. Those are the approaches of the vertical historians. And they look at issues from a topical standpoint, a single issue, because they are looking at it through a longer period. And their basic preoccupation is to understand the past for the benefit of the present. not necessarily of the past alone. It's to find out how the past is shaping the present. Those are what we term as. So in history, we look at issues from, yes, the topical point of view, as well as from the chronological point of view, so that we have a holistic picture of what you are studying. You want to look at it in detail and also be able to compare with other jurisdictions to see whether similar occurrences existed and how they also manage those things. So we look at it either from the horizontal or as well as the vertical perspective. But the goal is that we want to look at issues holistically. Is it clear? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. Is there any question? Hello? Is there any question?
No, sir.
Okay. Now pay attention. We are looking at various historical groupings and explanation. And I'm saying pay attention because if you get the concept correct here, regardless of how it is twisted, you will still understand it. In gathering information to reconstruct history, we should follow a particular pattern in the selection of the information. So we say we have different patterns of groupings and explanation. All that means is that the facts may be there, but how you organize it to determine the kinds of outcome. Hello? Hello?
No, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The facts might be there, but how you select them would impact the kind of outcome that you will receive, right? I can present my own personal history to project my academic life, right? I can also project my social aspect. I can also project myself in comparison with another person, right? If I choose to project myself alone, so without any comparison, I want to tell you how unique I am. Do you understand what you are saying?
Yes, sir.
If I want to compare myself with another person, right? I want to say that we have certain things, I have certain things in common with the other person, which you can use to assess the quality of lives that we both had. That is another approach of going about it. We can also say that, okay, we all went through the same experiences. And because of our experiences, we have attained certain feat in life, which means we are telling you that our success is underpinned, is influenced by certain decisions that we made. What I'm saying is that irrespective of the individual, if he takes certain decisions, we can predict how he will end. Hello?
Hello, Doc, we are with you.
I'm just giving different scenarios of the same thing. I can also tell you how I have developed over the years, right? And then you see how probably where I grew up, the environment I grew up, my primary school days, my secondary school days, my tertiary school days, my working life. I'm showing my life history through some particular kind of pattern. So this is what that we mean by historical groupings and explanations. So in history, we can select certain facts to project a particular, let's say, ideology or ethnic group or individual to let us know that, okay, this individual is unique. We can also see how the individual developed over time, how the society developed over time. That is a different way of grouping the facts. We can also pick an individual or society, let's say Fantis and Ashantis, and see how they evolved across time. They're making comparisons. We can also pick the same societies and see the decisions that they took and how that influenced they are today. Are we clear? So, having that in mind, that's what I've just explained in mind. Let's look at the various historical groupings and explanations that we have. We say we have about 4. We have the developmental pattern or groupings. We have the colligation pattern or groupings. We have the covering law pattern, and then you have the uniqueness pattern. Are you with me? Hello?
Hello, sir.
So historical information can be grouped following the developmental pattern, the colligation pattern, the covering law pattern, and the uniqueness pattern. How many ways of groupings? 4. Are we clear?
Sir, yeah, we have 4.
Okay. So now let's pick the first one, the developmental pattern. So we look at the line of development program. Select themes such as the development of transport, agriculture can be studied at different countries with no limitations. So what we mean is that the developmental pattern, we are looking at how an aspect of society, a history of a society, has evolved across time. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we can see, we can look at how let's say, the Ghana state has evolved across time. Ghana's, which kind of system do they practice? Hello? Which kind of government system does the Ghana practice? Hey, there's no Ghana on the platform. Hello? Hey.
Hi.
A governance system that is led by a priest is called what kind of governance system?
Monarchy.
No, it's not a monarchy. By a priest to a priest. Hello?
So the question again, the question again.
A governance system that is led by a religious leader, such as a priest.
Theocracy.
It's a theocracy. So the Ghanaians are originally a theocratic state. They are led by a fetish priest. So the head of the Ghana state should be the Wulomo. He is the head. But when they came into contact with the Akans, they integrated some of the Akan chieftaincy system into Ghana, and therefore did a separation between their spiritual leader and their, let's say, physical leader, or let's say, for want of a better word, a ruler that would take care of the day-to-day governance system, their governance system leader. So they then have the priest who took care of their religious or the spiritual life, and then they had another person leader who was now in charge of their governance and day-to-day living. So as the society evolved, they make changes and amendments to their structure. So we can study that from their very early days to now. And every social relations undergo through changes, modifications. So if you are taking just that and studying how it has evolved over time, we are doing what we term as the developmental pattern. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can pick, let's say, an issue like chieftaincy among the Ghana states and see how it has evolved from just, let's say, a spiritual leader who was just in charge of performing rituals to make sure that the society was well maintained, it was purified, and was in the good books of the deity. And you know, now that I had family heads and headsmen who will now sit together and form decisions, and that gradually metamorphosizes into a chieftaincy system proper, where it has also divisional chiefs and then chiefs, Odikros, like the Akan competitor. So that is a developmental pattern. So in the Akan proper system, when we're talking about chiefs, it starts from the village chief, who is what? The Odikuro. Those from Northern Ghana, how do you call Odikuro in Northern Ghana? Hello?
Kabonaba. Kabonaba.
Kabanaba. He's the village chief.
Kabonaba. Yes.
Okay. Then from the village chief, we may have here, we say Ohene, who is the chief. So the Ohene might have a number of villages that are under him. How do you call that also in Northern Ghana?
No.
Is that now? Okay. Then in Southern Ghana, from the chief, we have what we term as the divisional chiefs, who has chiefs under him. So a number of chiefs or kingdoms comes together to form a division. And usually it is the siblings and royalties of the king that are appointed as the divisional chiefs. What's the equivalent in Northern Ghana?
Now the same word.
Is it now the same word? Then, aside that, we have the paramount chief or the overlord. Right? The overlord, who is the head in terms of, let's say, rulership of the entire clan or lineage. And it can even spread among 3-4 regions. And he is the overlord. How do you call that in Northern Ghana?
Pariang or Zugulan.
Yes. Somebody like the Nairi or the, what's the name? Other one, the Gonja. Gonja was the name. The overlord.
Yana.
Diana. Right. So that is the divisional, or that's the paramount. It is the only Ashanti that have another level, which is the Otunfo. But mostly we end at the paramount chief. Even our constitution does not recognize the position of an Otunfo. It ends at the paramount chief. So that kind of succession, development across time, is what we term as the developmental pattern. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that is the developmental pattern. So it looks at issues, how it has evolved across time. So what is in it? We look at issues from, let's say, agriculture. If it's agriculture, we look at how agriculture has evolved from our hunting and gathering days to the days that we started doing subsistence farming, crop rotation. Now we have, let's say, mechanized or industrialized agriculture, where we use combined harvests, arrows, and what have you to farm. So it's the same activity, but how it has evolved or developed across time. It is that changes, that would term as that's where we say it is a developmental pattern. We want to see how the thing has grown across time. So we can collect facts as I just showed you. That yes, they were just some family heads who took decisions in the family. The family heads grew into what we term as the village council. The village council now had appointed one person to spearhead the affairs, who became the Odikro. Now the town grew. It had 2, 3, 4 villages, and they had among the Odikros, they accepted one to be their chief. And then it grew. Then we had the divisional chief, then we had a paramount chief. It is how we have evolved as a people from our small family unit to now what we term as, if you can even go ahead as to have what we term as the nationhood, which is Ghana, which is a republic. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So if we organize historical material this way, we say we are following the developmental pattern.
Sir, please question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, please, I want to, let's say, propose something with respect to the developmental pattern and see whether it matches. In the olden days, our grandparents were telling us stories, and then in the evening, and then we came to the take-up television, and then the flat screen TV. Today we have done away with all those stories, and then we have gone to television and then laptops and mobile phones and all that. Now we say that it's a developmental pattern in history.
That's a developmental pattern of history.
Thank you very much.
That's a developmental pattern. It's showing a trend from its very genesis to how it has developed to now. So in communication, first it was just face to face. And when it became bigger, we started to use drums, right? Messengers would relay information across. Then we came to, what's the name? Phones, the station ones. And now we communicate record time using our smartphones. So that kinds of successions is what we term as the developmental pattern, showing how a society has evolved. So if it's Ghana, first we just started as small hamlets. We organized ourselves under ethnic groupings. Ethnic groupings, we came together to form a lineage. A lineage gradually came together to form bigger. We can see ourselves as regions, or the regions were created by the Europeans. Then we became a nation. Nations, we see ourselves on a continental level, and then we can go ahead and see ourselves as one global unit. Is it clear? So that is the developmental model. Now let's look at another way of looking at information. We say it is the colligation pattern. Colligation. When you say colligation, what do you understand by colligation? What's a congregation now? Congregation. This is colligation. Hello?
So binding together.
Yes, so he's bringing issues that are related together, right? That's what we term as the colligation. So say this model looks at an event or historical event as part of an unfolding event defined by the same purpose, intention, policy, or movement. Historical events grouped together are those with similar features and characteristics. For instance, we see the nationalist movement, the nationalist activities of Ghanaians in the first half of the 20th century is classified as having the same purpose or policy. And the policy, what was our purpose? We wanted independence. So either was the formation of the Aborigines Right Protection Society, or the formation of political parties, the United Gold Coast Convention Party, or its subsequent breakaway association, which is the Convention People Party, their sole aim was to attain independence. So we can look at all these things and we say they are the nationalist movement, because deep down, they all had the same purpose. That's why we say colligation, bringing similar ideas together that had the same underlying purpose. When we do that in history, we say we are doing colligation, and it is a colligation pattern. Are we clear? Hello?
It's clear, sir.
Okay, it's correct.
We group them together to help us to explain. Yeah, to help us to explain what is happening. So, if we look at Africa, most of our challenges are the same. You can pick scenarios from Ghana, from Namibia, from Mozambique, from Nigeria, and then because they have the same bread and butter issues, we discuss them as all they are what? Developing country or underdeveloped country. But for a highly indebted, poor country, HIPIC. All those adjectives we accepted because we have refused to think. Are we clear? So we say it is colligation. Hello? Hey.
Hi, sir.
The network is no good, so if you don't respond, I don't know whether I'm still online or. So
Please bear with
that is the colligation.
Following.
Yeah, no, because we take time to.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't want to interact. That's why.
I understand. Fine. So we can look at this is old. We can look at the issues that happened in the Sahelian regions recently, right? Burkina Faso turmoil, Guinea turmoil, where again, Niger. They all had the same, and they were fed up and frustrated with so-called dictators disguised as Democrats, and therefore they got rid of all these dictators, and then returned to what they term as military rule, and they claim it's serving them well. I say that dictators or military rule always start well, but they don't end well. They mean well, but when they also come and taste money, they behave like the politicians that we try to get rid of in the first place. So if I want to study all these countries, I'm doing what we term as the colligation. Is it clear? Now, pay closer attention to this one. I said it is the covering law pattern. Covering law pattern. I would explain the concept and then ask you to try to distinguish between the covering law pattern and then the colligation pattern, because they are similar. Listen to the definition. It said this model looks at the general statement which covers or explains not only one event, but the whole class of events. The model is different from other models because here an event is seen as an example of the class of event. They look at events that have similar features regardless of time and space and group them for explanation. Is there any difference between this and what I explained earlier? Hello?
Hi.
I'm asking whether there's any difference between this and what I explained earlier.
Yes.
What's the
So
difference?
can we say the earlier
I
one?
think the covering law pattern takes a unit of the colligation pattern. So the colligation pattern looks into the policy, into the intention or the purpose or the event as a whole. Then the covering law pattern pick up one of them as a unit.
Okay, any other? That's good. Let's listen to any other. Hello. Oh. Hello. You are close to 120 people. Huh? About
Hey, are they
120 people.
sleeping?
Hey.
We are online, sir. We are online.
If you're online, please answer me. Do you see
Prof,
any
it's because
similarities or difference?
we don't
Do you see any
actually
difference?
understand. Some of us, our network is actually very bad.
Okay.
So I was
So the
thinking
first,
the covering.
go ahead.
I was thinking the covering was rather a unit. I was thinking the covering was. I was thinking the covering was rather a whole of the units picked from collegation pattern. So
let me try and explain.
Okay, sir.
When you're talking about the covering law, it often looks at similar incidents that happened around the same time. Right? Similar incidents that happened around the same time. And because they are forward or aligned by the same purpose or intention or policy, you use them to make a point, to explain a concept. Right? That, okay, when a regime, if you want example of regime that is oppressive, look at Burkina Faso. Their president was this. He ruled for this number of years. This is how he led the country. And this was the response that the citizens, when they got fed up, they responded to the government. They removed the government. Similarly, in Niger, something happened. It had the same somebody who was discussed as a Democrat. He ruled for this number of years. He did it. But we are talking about it as a whole and a unit, as a whole, like as a block, to make an argument. But with this covering law, you are finding an underlying principle. That's what we say covering law, a causality, right? And so you use one unit to explain the rest. So the principle is that when a regime is repressive of the citizen, let me just calm down, use simple English that we understand. If a government comes to power and that's what it likes, and it stays on power for a very long time, you get to a time that the people get fed up and they want to get rid of it, regardless of the achievements. So that's the principle. So whether it is happening in Ghana or in the UK or in Russia, once a government is dictatorial in its approach, it will lead to a revolt. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we are looking at the cost, right? A single cost, and then saying that irrespective of where it happens, right? This is a likely outcome. That is how we can make predictions. So your mother can look at the way you are behaving. As a young boy, as a young girl, you always stay up late in the night, you come home late. At times you come home drunk. Right? At times you don't even come home at all. And your mother looks at all your doings and will tell you that if you do not stop this your attitude, in the next 3-4 years, if you're a male, you might end up in prison. Generally, if a child is truant, if a child becomes street, what's the name? The term is streetism. If he doesn't stay in the house, he is always outside. Chances are that he becomes a social deviant. Are we following? Hello?
Yes, sir.
He becomes deviant.
Okay,
and
sir.
He might have
Yes,
issues
sir.
with the
Yes,
law.
sir.
Yes.
So I want to, like, for instance, let's talk about the causes of like the 1948
Yes.
riot and the factors that actually led to the rise up
Yeah.
or
The revolt. Yes.
so yes, yes. So okay.
So we say that anytime a government does not honor its promises to the citizenry, right, but is seen as living. Hello. Anytime a government does not honor its promises to the citizenry and is seen as living
He say offline.
I think the mic is off.
So please, you have muted your microphone.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Hello. Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, sorry. The point I was making is this: that if a government does not meet the basic necessity of its citizens, but choose to live in affluence, open opulence, displaying wealth, while the people are wallowing in poverty, the citizens will revolt. Because we put you there to make our conditions of life better. So if our conditions are worse and yours is better, we will vote against you. Hello? So that is what we term as the covering law. It is not just about similar incidents, but we are saying that similar incidents have an underlying cause. So there could be similar incidents, but have different underlying factors. But under covering law, they should have the same underlying law. That is why we use just one unit to explain the rest, because they all have the same pattern. They follow the same pattern. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So the covering law looks at the colligation, look at similar historical occurrences, right? But it's looked at as a unit, as a block, right? But the covering law, we can just use one block to explain the rest. It's like using a sample to define a population, because they have the same underlying characteristics. Is the distinction clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello? So say this model originates from the scientific interpretation of the term cost. Please follow the argument. This model originates from the scientific interpretation of the term cost, general law, and inevitable consequence. For instance, the shortage of food or the devaluation of a currency or an increase in the amount of money is said to cause the cause of high prices. Ghana's price rise in the 1980s can be classified with the price rise of Spain in the 17th century and that of the Great Britain in the 15th and 16th century, because they have similar causes. Even though they are different, they happen in different geographical locations. Is it clear? It is like anytime there is a shortage of, let's say, money in a system, what happens? Hello?
Prices of goods become high.
They become high, right? anytime there is shortage of goods, it is rather that then the prices of goods goes up. But if there's a glut, if there's abundance, there's bumper harvest, the price will drop. Do you understand? So anytime that, so irrespective of the geographical area, irrespective of the time frame, if they have the same underlying causes, we can, based on this, make predictions. That is when history behaves like a science, because we can look at some underlying factors and predict what will happen in the future, right? So if you think that if the current administration, right, also becomes insensitive to the plight of Ghanaians, in our next elections, will they win?
No.
They will lose. So irrespective of the party in power, if you do not meet certain measures or the certain, let's say, variables, you are likely to lose. Nobody thought any NPP will lose by this margin in the just ended elections, but they did. Previously, we were saying that the NDC lost by close to 1 million votes and it was unprecedented. Right? 4 years ahead, the NPP lost by nearly almost like 2 million votes. Almost almost 2 million votes. So this one, it has the same underlying factors, but the other one will use the pattern to explain. It's like how the Osofu preaches. They might use a lot of Bible quotations to tell us almost the same thing as the congregation. So use the story of this, the story of that, the story of this. The point he wants to make is that we should love our neighbors. So the Good Samaritan, all what he wants to say is that love your neighbor. Right? But under covering law, we are saying that our actions can be deduced or can be limited to specific attributes which has a single consequence. So once the indicators are present, we can be sure of the end consequence. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the uniqueness model. What do you think is the uniqueness model? Hello?
Completely different.
It will say it is completely different. It is unmatched. Right? Unmatched. So we say this model looks at events as separate and different from any other event. An event is seen as an isolated and not associated with any other event. Proponents of this model attest to the fact that the purpose of historical explanation is to place emphasis on the genuineness of each individual's happening. So under the uniqueness model, we are not making any comparison. We want to say that this issue that we are looking at doesn't have any previous precedent. Ideally, every individual thinks that is unique. Alive? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't think that you are unique?
We are unique. We are all unique.
Every individual thinks that he's unique. What they call for a wife and a family to be who heard your bail. She'll be very, very annoyed with you because you are comparing her to somebody. She's unique. Her experiences are unique. They are peculiar to her. Yours is peculiar to yourself. The way I speak and the way you speak might not be the same. You might have somebody who speaks like me, right? But he might not look like me.
Yes, dog. You speak like Opon and Kruma.
You see, everybody and the way he speaks. Oh, there was a man, I think now he's the president of Methodist Bishop, Reverend Paul Boafo. I like his voice very, very well. He's what? So he's not a past presiding bishop. Yes, when I was at Kenya University, I loved his voice. He has a unique way of speaking. He is not shouting, but you can hear every word that the man is speaking, and it's clear, and he's not slanging you. But you can follow him for 2 hours without getting tired.
Everybody is unique in a way.
Yes, everybody is unique in his way. Right. There is something about you that is special. And it's that thing that you should find and use to your advantage. Don't try to be like anybody. Don't mimic anybody. Be yourself. Right. But if you be yourself, you know that is not good, then try and change. There could be an aspect of you that needs refinement. All of us need refinement. We are not all perfect. But try and be unique. Don't imitate people. Don't copy people. So back to history. We look at historical incidents to be unique. Like I said, the Ashanti's social relations is unique as far as Ghana is concerned. Right? That is how come Otunfo can tell you that Akomiana Maje have taken your stool and there is nothing you can do. No high court or no court will overturn his decision because you serve at his pleasure. If he says go, you go. But in all other regions,
but sir,
yes,
chipping. When with the groupings, the first one that you said about the developmental way of what do you call explaining history.
Yeah,
you made mention that our constitution does not even permit what do you call
it has not recognized.
Don't recognize, yes.
Yes.
But here is the case when you make rules to high courts or what do you call any other courts cannot overturn it. And so
yes.
Don't you think we are making illegality of our own constitution?
Yes, we are. We are. But you see, it's difficult for any government or any administration to touch it because they have preserved their unity. So once you touch them, you will incur their displeasure. Therefore, everybody wants to leave them alone.
Okay.
Do you get it?
Okay. But the Northerners, the Gumba people too, they also claim that the Yana is equally the same as the rank of Otunfo, the Yana in the Tamalin.
Me, that argument, I always say that it's not about you saying, you know, it is about your people buying into your idea and identifying themselves with the brand. Over time,
exactly.
Government will have to recognize that brand.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay. Yes, sir.
If let's say mine is Osabari Mekosiata, if he's able to brand himself very well, that his word is law in a central region, government will have to kowtow to him. But all of us have set aloof, we destroyed ours, and people have kept their own, and then we always try to pull them down. No, we should try to develop our own. Do you get it?
Okay.
And Nigeria and Dabura, they are powerful people up north. But because we don't have a lot of, let's say, state resources there, when they speak, it doesn't influence the larger society that much. Do you get it?
Yes,
but when the Ashanti speaks, it has a lot of ramifications, right? And therefore, when anybody wants to attack, he's careful. When he says, today we are buying my mother, nobody should go to town. Do you see people violating it or flouting it? No. Well, but when any other chief says it, they will take him to court, and the court will rule that his own constitution, he doesn't have that power. Do you get it?
Yes, please.
So that is it.
Okay.
So the
it's all
uniqueness
about
model.
preservation and branding.
It's branding. To me, it's simply branding. Brand yourself very well. That is why at times we say
Yes,
that
sir.
the way we present ourselves as history teachers also matters. You go to schools and history teachers are the most shabbily dressed, and yet you want respect. No. Go to school well dressed. Don't be wearing your
Yeah. There's this lecturer now taught me in Winneba. We call him Plato. We call always say sandals with normal shirts.
So present yourself well. You brand yourself very well, so that people will have called you here or everywhere. You are addressed the way you dress.
Okay.
The way you dress, you are addressed.
Okay.
So uniqueness tries to project the peculiarity of something, its genuineness. So we say each historian topic must be taught separately. So for instance, in dealing with a topic civilization of pharaonic Egypt will be seen as separate from that of Western Sudanese state. So it looks at the things that makes it different, that makes it unique, right? And that is what this style of grouping will project, as if it doesn't have any contemporary anywhere. But if there are no contemporary, how do we say that is unique? Hello? By asserting that something is unique, it means that you are comparing it to something. Don't you think so?
Exactly.
But the emphasis is on trying to project history in a sense that we do not make any comparison. But as I'm saying that, but even that, you admit that if you're saying that is unique, then you are comparing to something. But that is an argument for another discussion. We say proponents of these models are also known as traditional historians. Why do we say traditional historian? Because that is how the discipline started. It started by looking at what is different about this culture, what is unique about this culture. That's why we term them as the traditional historians. Each event is treated in isolation. The actors, the time and space are all different. That's what we term by the uniqueness model. Are there any questions? You've done 3 out of 4. Hello?
Doc, please, I want to find out, as you said earlier, about the Ashanti Kingdom. It means that the Otunfo is not part of the national national House of Chiefs,
National
right?
House of Chiefs, yes.
But is he having a representative?
Yes, he has a representative.
But he himself, as a paramount chief, he doesn't attend their meetings.
Because he does not see himself as a paramount chief. You see, he's not, he has 48 paramountcies under him.
Okay.
48 paramountcies under him.
So they see the Ashanti as a kingdom.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a
The Ashanti, it's a kingdom. It's not the sea. It is a kingdom.
That
It's a kingdom.
I'm coming. That argument will not make it here.
No.
You have been fooled.
Can I share this experience?
Check the meaning of a kingdom.
Hello, Doc, can I share this? Can I share this experience?
Okay, please do.
Yes, my brother visited my elder brother late last year in the UK. And one of the things he came to tell us was the fact that somewhere along the street of, I think that is London or so, there is a monument. And on the monument are names of all the nations that the UK fought. And the first among them was the Ashanti Kingdom.
Yeah.
The first among all the nations enlisted on that particular monument is the Ashanti Kingdom. So you see, it is not only in Ghana.
But you see, the argument whether they are kingdom or not.
Ashanti is being a kingdom. Elsewhere, it's recognized. Elsewhere, it's even recognized as a nation.
Some because you see, we can also have a kingdom within a republic. Do you understand what they are saying?
Exactly.
Yes.
The whole Ghana is a republic.
Good.
So you cannot have a kingdom within a republic.
That's impossible.
But the point is that they were the ruling kingdom at the time that the Europeans wanted to assert authority over the entire territory. We should bear in mind that before the Ashantis, there was a danger. At some point, there was a common.
Hey, all the people have come to
When they also see themselves as a kingdom.
So as the fancies.
Yes. Easy. So, but the thing is that at the time, we didn't see ourselves as a country. We saw ourselves or identify with our ethnic groupings.
Okay.
Right. So when they said Kwamai, they saw Kwamai as a kingdom. Offenso was a kingdom. Right. When they put all them together, then they say it is the let's say no Kwamai as something like when they bring all that together, they say it is a kingdom. And bear in mind that they had their own military or the military under each of these states. But here, do we have Ashanti military?
No.
We don't have Ashanti military. So
Yes,
some will say that okay, at the time we had an Ashanti kingdom, but now we don't have an Ashanti kingdom.
But sir,
but you see, I'm coming.
Okay.
The phrase as to a king or a chief, as far as I'm concerned, our rulers should have dropped that title of a chief long ago. You see, somebody wants to rule you, somebody wants to control you. She has a queen. If that person is ruling you, do you think he will ask you or he would allow you to also have a king?
No.
If you have a king, then you are at equal, you are at par with your queen. And that was the assertion that was made by, I've forgotten, the king in the Zima blog. He says he is a king on his own. He's representing his people.
Is it
No, it's not Kojo Bonsu.
No,
This one was from Zima. He was killed. He was in Zima. I'll check the name later and tell you.
Dog, he's called Kakwaka.
Aha, Kakwaka, yes. The British said that he is the greatest king that they ever encountered in Ghana. They accused him of treason and executed him.
Isn't people brand yourself or you have history?
Yes. He was branded as the greatest and wisest king that ever lived. His speech at his trial, he said he's a wise and intelligent man, but they killed him. That he had involved in a murder, killing of people for ancestral worship, and therefore he was also killed. He said he doesn't take orders from a woman, so he does not recognize the queen. You see? So we have all these people there. That's how he said it's about branding. So look at the meaning of a king and look at the meaning of a chief.
Sir, when this same British also colonized what do you call the Nigerians? But when you go to Nigeria, they have kingdoms.
That's what I'm telling you. That is about it's phonetics, it's just language.
Okay.
It's a mind's game. Oh.
Because you said we don't have king. Because you said we don't have king in a republic states. But I guess that one is fair, bro. That's why I was asking if is it because of
that
the
is what I'm
states?
telling you that. You see, it is how that's what I'm saying that it is how you project yourself that how you are addressed.
Okay.
So you know that Sir Oforiatta the first, received full military honors when he visited the Buckingham Palace back in his days.
Yes, sir.
Yes. He was educated. Right?
Yes, sir.
So it is a matter of semantics. And you also know that there is some form of mind game to the use of these titles. Have you seen any white person referring himself as belonging to this particular tribe?
No, sir.
So you think that it is only us that can trace our genealogy? That's why we like tribe. They would never, because when they said tribe, it was derogatory, it was insulting. They said those tribe men, right? And we still have tribes. I picked a course outline from the university and said tribal arts. I put it into ChatGPT, and he said that it is an outmoded term. So we should change it to non-Western arts. Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
But we are still using tribe, and then we are happy. So that's what I'm saying, that we should have dropped that long time ago. But to answer your question, when we became a republic, right?
Yes,
Aside for acknowledge that in terms of rulership, traditional rulership, the most advanced at the time was Ashanti. That is why the National House of Chiefs was built in Ashanti, so that all other chiefs will come to Kumasi for deliberation. And Otunfo was the unofficial president. That continued till the time of Jerry Rawlings, where he said that the thing should rotate because whole Ghana is not Ashanti, so it should rotate. And then Ashanti said that no, EAS is not the paramountcy. EAS is beyond the paramountcy. And Otunfo does not get up to receive any other king. So if that's what they want to do, then he cannot be part. So so he has a representative. There's in Kumasi National Regional House of Chiefs. He is the president, but when it comes to national, he doesn't attend. Originally, whether it is official or unofficial, the current Otunfo accepted that Pempe was promised that if they join the creation of the Republic, they will be made equivalent of the British monarch in Ghana. And that is how come they joined. And that promise never materialized. I can't say whether that is true or not. But initially, I felt that there was a tool for other paramountcies. But when I looked into the constitution, that institution is not there. We consider a National House of Chiefs, and the highest is the paramount chief. Have I answered you?
Yes, please.
Okay. So now let's look at the subjectivity in history. When we say something is subjective, it means that the outcome differ from person to person. And it's one of the central problems associated with the study of history. The essence, and why do you say it's one of the central problems? Because the individual has control over which materials he selects and how he interprets them. It gives room for varied interpretations of the same historical facts. Do you understand it? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, we don't understand.
What I'm saying is that the individual has control over what to select, what facts to select. And then his interpretation is based on his understanding of the facts. Some of you have, especially the ladies, they have very, very expensive, advanced mobile phones. Is it correct? But
Very true.
they use less than
Sir, please,
20% of
why
the,
ladies?
because you have money and then you like
Yes.
fanciful things.
Uh-huh.
A guy will have money, but at best he likes his Samsung. Of course, so I
Please, sir, we cannot hear you.
The line was breaking.
Am I lost or I'm within?
You are within,
Yeah.
don't worry.
You are within there. The lecturer is lost.
You put me in a difficult position. On one hand, you screwed up massive. On the other hand, I'm told so hashtag. Sub-Hero.
hello, are you there?
Yes, sir, we are here.
Yes,
So,
sir,
Yes.
we are here.
Sir,
Sir, we are
welcome.
here.
and then the so let's just wrap up.
Okay,
So
sir.
what we are saying is that I was saying that they might have the best of phones, but they use barely about 20% of the functions of that phone. Right? Some of
Yes.
them, even this Zoom meeting is difficult to navigate, to ask questions and stuff. But they have the best of phones. Right? The same phone, give it to a guy, and the guy will make a business out of it. He will create a content on YouTube that will give him money. So it was the same phone, right? But its use is subjective. And in this case, I'm saying it is subjective based on gender. I'm not saying that there are some men who also probably have the best of phones, but can also make good use of it. But on the whole, guys are more good with gadgets than females. So that's what we mean by it is subjective. Is it clear? And then again, too, if you do not know something, it will be difficult to give some vivid explanation to it. You will be, let's say, limited by your level of knowledge on an issue. Hello? Hello?
Hi, sir.
Hi. So it is these human limitations that makes the discipline subjective.
Hi.
Right. So we can be looking at the same facts, but because of our experience, because of our exposure, we would identify or we explain it differently. So say historians are likely to select and interpret a past happenings from their own viewpoint, their own point of view. And this is very common and normal. So there are a series of forces that influence one way of thinking, understanding, and dealing with the problems of life. These forces may include one's immediate environment, religious background, social orientation, personal temperament, among others. Hello?
Hi.
So,
Hi.
even in religion, and let me be example, something like Pentecost. If you attend Pentecost in Accra, the way you carry yourself about is different from somebody who attend Pentecost in, let's say,
Takrade. That's why I say
Takrade, or let's say a remote area somewhere in the central region.
It's true.
The same church, the same doctrine. Same church, same doctrine. Even the pastors that are in Accra, Pentecost Church, the approach to issues will be different. You are begging the people to come to church.
It's like you have been there before.
So when people move and come and say, hey, now where's your Pentecost Libya? I'm my Pentecost Libya.
It's because, let me chip in. Just last year, we had a transfer of pastor. The pastor that we're having now, he is coming from Accra, Laboni.
Yeah.
And then it's under the area where the chairman is. You see, Accra, that's where the headquarters is.
Yeah.
So always they do their things under strict supervision.
Yeah.
So when they are in Accra, they behave like camera home Brazil.
Yeah.
But when they move outside Accra, and so outside Accra, that's where they get the suspension and the what do you call all sorts of because that one is free range.
Freedom.
Hey, also for to get suspension.
Oh yes, also for get suspension. Yes. It can even be censored.
Wow, wait there. Hey.
For churches that are very formalized. Oh, pastors are sacked on a daily basis.
We'll sack you. We'll sack you, and then we'll bring out a memo across the whole world that there's no, you are no more one of us.
Yes, nobody
just
should
like
you.
Our area head, Upper East area head.
Yeah, Aqua. Is it Apostle Aqua?
Exactly.
He has been sacked. He has been sacked from the church.
Yes, yes.
They sack you. So you see, our perspective differ. Yeah, our perspective differ. At times, it's just because of exposure. Me, the first time I went to universities, and then when we want to greet ourselves, they started hugging. Say, hey, the first time I hugged a lady, what happened inside my body wasn't you.
I don't believe it. A whole
What did
Santa
this
Claus here and you are talking like this. I don't believe it.
That's yeah, you believe it. So when you do it often, then it becomes normal. But the first 2 days, hey, that's why a bonibi. It's just exposure, right? Like in the Bible, they say kiss them with holy kisses. You think you can practice that in Ghana here? Where probably at the communion,
Not at all. Not
we
at
give
all.
ourselves pecks on the cheeks in church. Do you think it's practicable? But our Francophone brothers, they agree to the cases. You don't know that. So at times it's just exposure. So back to what we are saying. Hello, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
We look at issues from our perspective, how we grew up, how we know things ought to be, right? And our judgment of right and wrong is influenced by what we have been through, like what I'm telling you, right? If you are from, let's say, a remote area, and suddenly you are brought to urban city, you see these things differently. So historians are also limited by, one, the technology that is available.
Okay.
Right. Their exposure, their knowledge on the issue that they are even talking about. Right. And then other limitations such as their religious background, educational background, all these influence how they perceive issues. That is how come it is not everything that is written in the history books that we should believe as authentic. That's why we say in history, we go with tentative truth. It is true as far as the evidence supports it. When the evidence changes, our position will change. Right? Because at times it is out of technological limitations, exposure, that we believe that certain things actually happen. Over time, we realize that it's not true. We say historians sometimes misinterpret evidence. They are not justified in asserting that the influence they draw about what happened in the past are true. For example, they might attend to evidence that suggests that a certain event occurred, but ignore evidence that show that to have not been possible. A typical example is the Golden Stool debate that ensued recently. Growing up, all of us said that it came from the sky. Right? Then the Domahi says that, no, look at the thing very well. It looks like something that had been welded together. And therefore, it's not likely that the thing came from the sky. The engineer says, oh, this thing, it was our Owari that was seized by the Ashanti, then melted into a stool and presented as a golden stool. So suddenly, there are doubts as to whether the thing came from heaven or it was man-made. But 20 years back, nobody dare questioned the authenticity of the golden stool. I'm not saying that the account is correct anyway, but there were no doubt. We all knew EAS201D as a very masculine kind of person. The picture that we saw was the woman in the something what looks like the military uniform with a gun. Until Professor Ajimane did his research and said, no, that picture was an European propaganda to showcase that if the British were defeated by this woman, then probably she's almost like a man. The actual picture of EAS201D that we know, the authentic one, is the one at the Kumasi Culture Center. It looks like a frail old lady with some flappy breast, bald-headed woman. That is her actual picture. But they couldn't go and show that picture that this is the woman that led the war to their defeat. Did you get the point you're making? So there's always element of because of the possibility of new evidence coming up, and then the limitations that we have to actually authenticate certain historical happenings. it's all our findings we say are sometimes subjective. Is it clear? Hello?
Yeah, very clear, Doc.
Yeah.
So,
yes, please.
The example that you just gave with regards to the Golden Stool, the account from the Mahin and the Dinka people, and then other scholars too come. Can it fall under what do you call in terms of grouping? Can it fall under the colligation?
Yes. So that will be colligation.
Where we take different accounts.
We can take different accounts, try to explain the same thing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But when we say that, yeah, that is colligation.
Trying to explain. Okay. That it is not from
Trying
the
to
sky.
explain an origin from different sources.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
No, Doc, but again, also you did say subjective.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That it's subjective.
Exactly.
Yes, it's subjective.
Thank you.
Because you see, if I'm an Ashanti, do you think I want to interrogate the views of the Njira or the Doma?
No.
I will not. I will dismiss it as total falsehood. And then I will take evidence from the people that were present, their descendants, to show that indeed the thing descended from the sky.
So I understand that it is subjective, but I'm saying that it can fall, the example can fall under colligation, even though it's subjective.
Yes, in terms of groupings, yes. In terms of groupings, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In terms of groupings. So we say that event historical compile might be justified and credible, but the account might omit significant facts about the subject, that making it unbalanced. So at times it's not that we don't know the fact, but because we want to project a certain image, other equally viable evidence will be shelved so that we can project the account that we want to project.
Exactly.
Right. So say for instance, it might be elaborate upon people's virtues, but ignore their vices. That's what we do a lot of the time. We project our heroes as saints without blemish or without any weaknesses. But if they are human beings, it means that they have strength as well as weaknesses. They may have virtues as well as vices. And therefore, it is better that we project both sides and allow people to make interpretation. The third is kind of biasness is that of generalizing descriptions of the past. That implies that the evidence available are known to be false. At times we falsify. We know the truth. But because what is there does not inure to our advantage, we try to hide or cover it so that we may project our side. And this is what we do a lot of the time when it comes to chieftaincy, successions, and disputes. The thing is 3 lines. From A, it goes to B, from B, it goes to C, then come back to A. It will follow the same pattern. But because there is somebody there with cash and want to sideline B and move to C, we say, no, they are not part of us. They were descendants of slaves who will try to go a lot of history. And then it brings problems. Right? So because of this, we say it is subjective. Then there is environmental factors. We say man is a product of his environment. Therefore, me and my Fanti, if I'm projecting history, I project Fanti history. If he's an Ashanti, he projects Ashanti history. So most of our historians are from Akan Southern based. So most of our history as a country is dominated by Akan history. As if those from behind, beyond the, what's the name? Techiman. As if they don't have history. They equally have history. But those histories have not been documented. So you guys up north need to also write so that we also know your history and integrate that into the national history. Is it clear? Then the personal
Very
personal
clear, sir.
biasness, we've talked about it. Then the most important thing about subjectivity is the element of imagination. The element of imagination. Bear in mind that every historical account is based on evidence that we say it is fragmented, is in pieces, right? Just like an eggshell, if it drops, regardless of how meticulous that you might be, you might not be able to collect all the shell. So it will leave holes. And those holes will fill with our imaginations. Right? And because the discipline gives room for the application of imagination, then it is subjective. Because if we say a woman is fat, is big, your description of big will be different from my description of big. Based on the kinds of women that I'm used to. Some would say a woman beyond, let's say, size 14, 15 is plump, is big. But between 14 and 22, there are ranges that are there. So how big is big?
As big as
imagination. They are describing an incident. We are describing an incident. As I said in Ghana here, every cast amount how many times? 3 times. If it's a gun, it is either an AK-47 or a pistol, because those are only the weapons that we know. And a society that we are not trained to observe. You know, we are not trained to observe. If we have to apply our imaginations, it becomes a challenge. So it leaves room for all kinds of exaggerations. And all those distort the picture that is out there. Aside, there are the religious affiliations. If I'm a Catholic, what would be my perception about Reformation? I would say that brought confusion to Christendom. But because before Martin Luther's madness, right, there was unity in Christendom. There was order, there was discipline. But after Luther, there was confusion. Every day, a new domination is created. They say they were called by God. So my common skills teacher at the university says that he doesn't attend any denomination. If God asks him, he will say that all the denominations gave conflicting accounts, and they all claim that they were spoken to by the same God. And the Bible says God is not the author of confusion, so he stayed away. So our religion influences the way we look at issues, especially issues that borders on ethics. There are some that says that contraceptives are wrong. One, family planning is wrong. Others say we control our own birth. And they say that it is worse than an unbeliever, is worse than an aborted baby. And therefore, it's better that you take measures to give birth to children that you can take care of. But even there, what is the ideal family size? I'm talking to the woman. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Oh.
Okay. For me, it's 2.
Some will say 3. Others will. Hello. A few will say one, right?
Hi, sir.
Lara, how many children do you want to have? How many children do you have?
One is
Sir, 4.
one is
Is that you have 4?
Yes.
Five is
No,
not
I've not
bad.
given birth yet. Sir, no, I've not given birth yet.
What
But
are you
I'll give
waiting
birth
for?
before.
What are you waiting for? Huh?
He's waiting for the right person.
Waiting upon the Lord.
So we are so young. So we are so young.
It's poverty. That makes
I'm
it.
so
Waiting for me.
Poverty.
So,
Okay, then we're on next.
sir,
You
this
also
morning we
waiting.
learnt
So
about
the men, what are you?
sir,
The man is money matters. That is all.
Share the link.
Once the money matters is resolved.
And so we are also waiting for money matters.
Oh, that you woman, you don't need any money matters.
Money matters.
Sir, this morning we learnt about grouping, so we can use this to do the groupings.
You can do either the correlating groupings or the covering law groupings. So these are what we term as the element of subjectivity, right? And these are what characterize. These are the major characteristics of history. That one, it has to be dependent upon facts. 2, history is unobservable, and therefore we cannot replay history. You should bear that in mind. 3, it is integrated in nature. We borrow from other disciplines to explain the discipline better to others or to ourselves. We have various perspectives of looking at issues. Whether you are looking at the impact of the history on the people that lived in the past or in the present. That is either the horizontal or the vertical perspective. We have different ways of grouping historical happenings to enrich our understanding. You can do the developmental model. You can go the correlatory way. You can go the covering law way. You can go the uniqueness way. Then ultimately we said there is an element of subjectivity in history, which requires that we always look at issues from a detached point of view, and always try to identify the biases of the authors from the account. These are the major characteristics of history. Any question? Hello? Any question?
Hi, Doc.
Yes, hello.
Yes, Doc. Doc, please. Mine is a humble question. I want to find out that how many units are we treating before our first quiz?
Let me see your timetable. Your timetable, I was thinking, I'm coming. If you look at the timetable properly, after quiz 1, then you go and do your practicals, and then you come and write your end of semester. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Yes. So I was of the view that today is the first, second. We should have done the 3rd unit by now, right? Okay. I'm trying to see if we can do at least 5 or 6, so that on your first assessment, we consider the first 3 units, unit 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
You know, there are 6 units, right?
Yes,
so
please.
That in your end of semester exams, we'll concentrate on the section A part, on the 3, 4, and 5, the 4, 5, and 6. And then the B will cover unit 1 to 6. Do you understand?
Yes, please.
So that it's much easier for you. So 3 units at a go.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. And then again, you also looked at it, and then I can manage with the time. Just that next 2 weeks it was supposed to be practicals. I only plead that we have a class there. That is from 15th to 16th October. That we will be able to finish. so that I don't have to introduce another day. Is it clear?
Yes, please.
No,
And I have placed. Hello.
You mean November?
Let's go.
Yes, by 15 to 16 November, it's supposed to be practicals. So that we'll have another class there, and then we'll finish. Practical is for those that are doing home economics and sciences. They have to go to the center to do some practicals, but we don't.
Yeah, home economics.
So we'll use that time to finish up the syllabus. Okay. But I've given you some examples of the questions, both the essay and the multiple choice. Please go through them. I'm not saying it will come. It might not come. I don't like repeating past questions. But you see the trend, and then you rehearse with it, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand anything, then you can ask me. Then I'll explain it for you.
Please, Doc, can you go over?
Okay. And then those that said, even go ahead. Can I go over?
So you said the questions you've got. Where are they?
Yes.
Is it on our page?
It's on this page, the WhatsApp page.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes. Hello.
Sir, please. You made mention of units 1 to 3 for quiz. Then unit
for quiz
4.
1.
Yes, please. Can you go over that one again?
I was saying that for your quiz 1, you would concentrate on unit 1, 2, and 3. Then for your end of semester, and then for your, let me check whether there is a quiz 2. I'm coming. I just want to be sure. Yes. And then there's a quiz 2, content assessment, which is supposed to take place in December. Then you take 4, 5, and 6. Right, for your assessment 2, which usually you do online. I don't know whether it will still be online or face-to-face. Then, when we are doing the end of sem, we are doing all 6 units.
Hello. Since the end of term comes before the quiz 2.
Yes. So,
Doc.
Yes.
I think we are not making something clear. But I put in 2 blocks.
Yes.
So after each block, there's end of sem.
Yes.
So like you did indicate, there will be end of sem in December.
Yes.
Then in February.
No. There's the first continuing assessment is on the 22nd to 23rd November.
Okay.
Then between 29th to 7 December, that is the time for the end of semester exams. Then between 8th and 14th December, they have your second assessment.
Okay.
So I was suggesting that we can decide to do quiz 1 and 2, units 1 to 3 for your first continuing assessment. Then quiz, let's say, for your end of semester examination, we can do 4 to 6. Right?
Okay, Doc.
But then I realized that your second continuing assessment is after. Right? So we can revert and do quiz 1 to 3, unit 1 to 3 for your first continuing assessment. For your end of semester exams, you cover unit 1 to 6. Then for your second continuing assessment, it will just be 4 and 6. 4 to 6. So 4, 5, and 6. Just that. Is it clear?
Very clear, Doc.
So that at least we know that for our first continuing assessment, we are concentrating on units 1, 2, and 3 only. Then for end of semester, we are doing everything, unit 1 to 6. And then for our second continuing assessment, we are only looking at units 4, 5, and 6. Ideally, the end of semester should have come the last, but this one is beyond my control. So let's adjust ourselves appropriately. Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So yes.
But you said something earlier.
Doc, please.
You were saying that the first quizzes will take units 1 to 3, and then
Yes.
the end of semester will the objectives will take 4 to 5.
4 to 6.
4 to 6. Okay.
Yes.
Then the theory aspect will take from 1 to 6. Okay. Okay, then it's clear.
No,
you prefer that one?
No, sir, the theory 1 to 6 too much, please.
You don't worry. After the first one, we can decide on what to do.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, sir.
We decide on what to do. But otherwise, in the Yempo. Okay. Are there any other things that you want us to discuss? Okay. So we'll end here. There. Who was speaking? Yeah, Yvonne.
Please,
yes,
we know UCC, you don't lower your standard. We are very much aware, but please, we are pleading with you. Some of us, we are old though, so learning is very difficult. So, sir, please, we are begging you to take note. Sir, this is a humble appeal. I've been learning. I come and see the books in my room. All I have printed
University of choice. University of choice.
But sir, please, we understand, but please, sir, we understand, but please, this is between us. Thank you very much.
University of choice.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And God
Why do people say anything like that?
God bless you. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please, the one with the recording, remember to send it to us.
Okay. All the best.
All right, thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.
Good day.
Okay. But to share
the one with the recording, kindly send it to us. You can go over.
At times, share the document that you have with your colleagues, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Somebody just ask sample questions. I think Helena, Asma, it's already on this page. Maybe you join late, right? So get in touch.
If they can repost it, they can resend it to some of us that join late.
Okay, I'll repost it. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, guys. Concerning the medical fee. Hello.
I will say.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Telegram man, we are listening, please.
Say. Hello.
Telegram man, we are listening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So please, the page has been created, and I've shared the page on the first page on WhatsApp. It is here to the third cohort. You can all join, and then it's so limited. So anyone who joins can also share anything that the person has over there. Thank you very much.
Do this. This was scary. Songs and all the kinds of words. It's which month? May. Which year? Hello? Hello? Anybody there? Hello? Hello? Hello, Regina. Yeah, this boy has succeeded. He has removed my earpiece. Teaching my new people.
Are you having class today?
Hey, you. Yes, you. You talking to me? Are you ready?
Yeah, hello. Gloria and Vida, please leave the platform so that the recording can end.
Bye.